Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 296. 皆さん、お帰りなさい。今日は296日目です。Alright, so we concluded Unit 77 yesterday. Not much to write home about. We learned the potential form. That was the large majority of the unit. Get right into our recall. The next couple units are fantastic, so I'm really looking forward to what I can. We're getting to the part where the next couple units, there are a lot of topics that are very common to my regular daily conversations. So I'm really excited. Like ask for and offer help. That's like pandering to me practically. Honestly, if there's anything that I prefer to like specialize in, is probably the ability to do this exact thing, which is ask for and offer help, and not necessarily specifically like me asking for help or me offering help. Also knowing that someone else is asking for help and someone else is also offering help, like to me, or using or demonstrating how one may ask for help or offer help. It's a great for this topic, asking for help and offering help. A great way to encapsulate basically what I spend, I would say quite literally almost figuratively and literally everything I do tends to come back to this idea of how can it be helpful and how can one demonstrate it and how can one see it, right? And often it comes down to ask for and offer help. Like, how do you know when to help someone? How do you know that someone else is asking for it, right? And then know when to offer it, and how does one offer it? Through the use of language, of course. Oftentimes in the current world we live in, you don't have the luxury of seeing someone or observing someone in a context in which you can literally interact with them. So, if there's any time like now when you're on the internet all the time, language, this is a plug for learning other languages, of course, and using command of the English language in a way that intersects with behavioral psychology, which is the idea that, well, if you can't see them and you can't visualize the stuff, take in more stimuli and stuff, how does one disentangle this type of thing? Obviously, learning a target language rarely will. I mean, I'm only going to speak for myself here. I will likely not be able to reach a level of competence in which I could use Japanese in the way I use English to ascertain behavioral coincidences and corollary things between someone's speech pattern versus what type of personality or behavioral mindset that they're coming from. But any effort, in my opinion, to offer this topic is very meaningful to me. So, actually, for this sake, I like to believe that in the future, this is probably going to be a topic that I'm most interested in. And I would likely venture to guess that most of the content, even the video games and stuff, will probably revolve around situations where either the characters or something, I'm largely hyper focused on this type of thing. So if there's any Japanese that will become very nuanced, almost specialized, it's probably this type of Japanese. So maybe I won't be able to talk about supernaturals and like ghosts and battling things and talking about how awesome food is and whatnot. But there's anything that I hope in 4 or 5 years that I may be able to tackle in high specificity and nuance, it's probably something dealing with looking, asking, and instructing on how one helps others and how one helps themselves, hopefully. This is more of a random thought from yesterday when I was scrolling down the different sections. It's a beginning, right? It's a beginning to maybe a lifetime of being able to appreciate helping people in more than one language with language. Yeah, that's probably the most retrospection that I'm gonna get before 2025. So again, I'm doing these things. I'm a little yappier than usual because it's the end of 2024, and one of the healthiest routines that I go through over these years in my life is to provide retrospection and introspection about the things I do and choose to do. What is the more complicated end goal or far off goal? To some people, learning Japanese language to consume anime and manga and be able to express themselves, that's certainly one of those things that I can definitely empathize with. However, if I really had the time to speak in like a more elaborate manner, this is more of a dialogue with myself. Earnestly, I do not feel or compelled to accept the reality that for every one person that may find this interesting, there are 99 people who do not have the time of day to sit to understand a deeper purpose. A lot of times when people get older or have larger, wider perspective, right? And it's not necessary for one's happiness or a connection with someone. But for myself, ultimately, most of the skills I build, it comes back to how is that skill useful in instruction, offering and asking for help, right? I talk about problem solving and critical thinking all the time. That still comes down to how is it useful for me and people around me or people that I talk to, right? So I say that largely because I feel with 6+ years now and going, when people talk about how they want to help others, oftentimes the things and times that they use to focus, like the stuff that they build and stuff, it's often not in the framework or mindset of helping others. So in a way, it's more not a bad or a good thing, but it sounds more like they are self-improving to get a grasp and healthy relationship with their self first, while working towards a goal that I don't necessarily think is a goal cautiously not worth considering until one can help the self, right? So asking for help, right? And then offering the help afterwards, kind of thing. Anyways, I wanted to give that thought out because there was a recent discussion about the holidays and wishing people happy holidays. I am a little late today because I wanted to share my thoughts with a lot of my close friends regarding the interpretation of one wishing the best to someone as opposed to thinking that they won't feel the same, right? When you wish someone something, you're offering that. In fact, when I say happy holidays, perhaps that can brighten someone's day, regardless if it's in the worst of times, right? That is an attempt to brighten someone's day. It's also sometimes an attempt to offer help. So when you wish someone a happy holiday, I hope to think that also it's more of an open invitation, like, oh, your holiday is not that great. You're not happy during the holidays. Well, I'm wishing you a happy holidays. Perhaps I'm even offering you an opportunity. Is there any way I could make it only a bit brighter, right? So that's kind of the crux of the conversation. It was sparked by a previous comment, I think 2 days ago now, maybe a day ago, and being someone who is of positive mind going into every day, happy holidays to me represents an opportunity to share the excess happiness that you have to offer. It's not necessarily a coping strategy, right? Oh, there, Cozy. All right, so with that sentiment aside, New Year's is around the corner, so hopefully people are doing their checklists, doing their retrospection, and looking forward to a brighter 2025. I'll be probably digressing at the beginning of almost all of these sessions until the New Year's Day. Right. Let's get into our recall now. Okay. Unit. Where are we? Unit 77 and 76. Okay. Unit 77. That was potential form. We have a few vocabulary words I've been practicing, and then a few new vocabulary words, and then related vocabulary words that are a little bit rusty. We went with oto. Oops. Every day it slides a little. Right. Oto. Koe. Naku. Oof. We're a little shaky. Hands warming up. Kikoeru. Kikoeru. And kiku. Kiku. Wakaru. Shinjiru. You. Naosu. Oof. Wolf. Oh, why is it so narrow? Gosh. Oh boy. Oh, right to left, rough. Obu. Feel like I'm missing. Oh. Odoru. Odoru. Arau. It's pretty good. Mainly focus on Tobu and Odoru Naosu. Oh, and Shinjuru. Shinjiru. Shinjiru. Not Joru. Shinjiru. And then the lesson here is, yeah, right, Ichidan, right, Ichidan, and help, and Goldan, the thing is, Dare in the conjugation, stem plus Dare, and then this appropriate stem, Konnichiwa. And then for the goal is converting the stem into and then adding your appropriate stem. We covered non-past, plain, formal, right, casual, formal, negation, and then past, casual, formal, and past. Non-past and past, right, in unit 77 for the potential form. Okay, unit 76. We're leaving this behind as of today. Today's new vocab day. Keep track of time. We'll go a little bit over today. Late start. That conversation I talked about earlier. Can't resist talking about human behavior at the intersection of mental health all the time, you know? Senchu. Aiso. Ugoku. Ugoku. Rikujo. Rikujo is... Oh, they're Loki. 柔道。MAKU。水泳。空手。種目。種目。種目。会場。種目。種目。楽しみに。です。オリンピック。メダル。メダル。取る。取る。うまい。上手。できる。近所。近。近. My eyes are kind of strobing a little. It happens every once in a while. Okay. Go. Okay. I think that's good enough. Yeah. Alright. Oh, new vocab day. Let's go hop into our guidebook. No box. Let's see. 何を、何を、探す、探しですか？探し？
何をお探しですか？
お探し。Oh, interesting. Honorific on the お探し? Okay. Finally got 探す。探す。That IME character looks kind of weird-ish to me on my writing of it. Okay. 妻の The heck? 誕生日のプレゼントを探しています。Okay. Makes sense. I think well, Tsuma is old. Anjobi is also old. And then it's Sagashi. Sagashi or Sagasu is the new kanji here. May I help? Eh? Maybe. Oh wait. Asuka. Oh, it could be. No. No, it's not the same. So, I mean, that could be Te. That could be Jo. Maybe like. No. And then the right one. The call?
手伝いましょうか？
Oh, 手伝い。手伝い。Okay, so die. Okay.
手伝いましょうか？手伝いましょうか？
It could be tsudo. 手伝いましょうか? Now, I'm not sure which read is assigned to which read, but te, that's fine. I'm guessing it's te still. Te, and then sumo.
手伝いましょうか？
Daimo. Wait.
手伝いましょうか？
Tsudai. I mean, it could be tetsu. We'll see how it's broken up. Tetsudai mashoka. Oh, that tetsuma. Oh, it's the very first one. It's the very first vocabulary. Oh. So that's what it looks like. I can see the hand show of hands, or hand show. Declare you can give a hand. That's kind of interesting. Tetsudai mashoka. Okay. Hono. Oh, borrow. Which one's borrow? Karite. Oof.
この本を借りていい？
Karite. Oh, that's an interesting question format. This isn't new. The format is new. The question format is new. Although it's using the E as in like E as in, oh, am I okay? Is this okay? So may I, right? So the format isn't necessarily new as well. So nothing new technically there. So if we're gonna say tetsudate. Tetsuda. Yeah, probably doesn't have the E. Tetsudate kure? kurete. Kurete. Arigato. Interesting. Kurete.
手伝ってくれてありがと
手伝ってくれてありがとう。What does くれて do here? Oh, maybe for? Interesting. Like it's a direction, maybe? It's a direction phrase? We'll see. Huh. Like an attributive phrase. It's attributing the thanks, the nature of the thanks, the connection between thanks and helping. Alright. Let's hop in and see what we can learn today. Ooh, 6. This is going to be a longer one. Alright.
君
Kimi. We don't have that. Kimi. Kimi as in... I have some... Kimi, 踊ります。
踊ります
踊ります。直します。
直します
信じます。
君
Kimi, like as in like the kimi that is used everywhere. Like kimi wa, like so many kimis, but I didn't quite nail down how they're gonna define this. So we'll see. Oh, this is a new one. Oh, mezugashi. Oh, that is weird. So the first time I saw this character, it's in Zhenju Laicha. Kind of clarifies the thanks as thanks for helping. Yeah, well, I gathered that much. The idea was to discover what it means, but all right. Thanks for clarifying. Let's see. Mezugashi. The first time I saw this character was in Zhenju Naicha, which does not help because it's the name of the product, but it's for bubble tea, Taiwanese bubble tea. Jun, that's the character for Jun. Funny.
珍し
Mezurashi. Kimi.
君
Let's see if it's the Kimi. プレゼント。
プレゼント
たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。
たくさんプレゼントをもらいました。Okay. I got a lot of presents. Got
君は一人じゃない
Yep, there it is. Kimi wa. So how do they go about it? Kimi wa hitori. Yeah, hitori janai. You are not alone. Interesting. You never realized how long Duo's Japanese course was? Yeah, it's really long. For me, anyways, personally. And the amount of things you need to remember per unit, I think it's too short. As in, what I mean is, each unit, if they, personally, doubling the number of prompts, like adding more prompts to it, like, even if it's not changing any of their format, like, doubling the number of examples and then doubling the length may help solidify the things, because each unit, after a certain point, each unit is presenting like 30 to 40 things at the same time, and the unit only reviews it 3 times, and a person, like say the average target audience around 16 or 17, they'll blow through the unit in one day. When they blow through the unit in one day, it's like akin to assigning a reading assignment in English class or something, assigned a reading assignment, and they did their homework and they never touch it again. Occasionally they might touch it here and there because it's involved in the next thing they learn, but then comes the exam, they have to cram all the things again, and then they mind dump it and then do not internalize it. And even with all that, even with the current format, it will take me another 7 months before I get to the end of the Japanese section. If not, probably like 8 or 9. And then we're talking about, and here's the even crazier thing. We're talking about Japanese course. This is like the tier 2, tier 3 course. It's outside of the top 5. So I don't even want to, we're going to start the Japanese course in February. So not the Japanese, the Spanish course in February. And I could see myself probably doing that for the next like 3 or 4 years. Which will be fine because we'll do other stuff along the side and whatnot. But yeah, the Japanese course, for me, for the person who wants to internalize things as we're going, probably a solid 2 years before getting to the end. And we're talking about actually doing the exercises. I know that sounds a little bit biased. It is different from saying you know this and skipping through all of it. It's like, that's great that you already know all of this. The idea is that Duolingo is not providing that information. Like the things you internalize and already know, it comes from an outside source, which is fantastic. It is very fantastic. And I sound like a broken record. It's great that you're learning that from an outside source, which I enjoy engaging in it too. Well, it's crazy that it's going to take that long for someone doing it for hours a day. Yeah, it takes about each lesson. So a lesson is supposed to take 5 minutes on average, right? A lesson is supposed to take 5 to 15 minutes on average. There are an average of 5 to 6 lessons every lesson set. So it's expected to be 5 times that. So we're talking about an hour a lesson set. In our lesson set, there are 3 lesson sets and then 3 other alternative things. That's about an hour and 15 minutes. I mean, not an hour and 15 minutes. That's about 3 to 4 hours a unit. That's with me not talking, digressing, or anything. And if you think spending 5 minutes consuming 30 to 40 topics and you think you've memorized and internalized 30 to 40 things in 5 minutes, go out and be an aeronautics engineer or something. Like, learn language alongside millions of other things, because I like to think I'm pretty knowledgeable about a lot of things, but even I would bet against myself that I could remember 30 to 40 things in 5 minutes. Like, I would definitely bet against myself. If I did here's for both conceding that Duolingo does not help you internalize as well, right? It's not that efficacious in helping you internalize things, but the amount of exposure you get is really, really high. And I actually think that kind of plays into the lack of retention. The exposure just keeps moving forward. It rarely, like, I think the knack of reviewing is actually kind of deficient. So one has to impart themselves. And I might even go as far as, I don't only spend a few hours a day. I spend all of my time working on Japanese and Chinese. Like, the practicing, like the learning part might stop when the stream goes off, but the practicing doesn't. Like, I don't want to give people the idea that there's some secret sauce even for a few hours a day. If this already seems like it's very long, then I don't know what to tell you. I actually spend far more time than what's available on stream. The reason why I don't stream the other things is I can't do that. I can't just sit there and watch anime on stream and not get obliterated by copyright. And also, I wouldn't be speaking anymore. So I wouldn't be practicing something for the act of streaming. I cannot interact with people nonstop because I'm very tired. Like, I get tired. So I don't learn when I'm tired. Contrary to a lot of people's preferred mental state, in my opinion, I find it that it's a shame, and I hope this isn't the case in the future, that oftentimes when people choose to self-improve, they only have time when they have so many things to do in their lives. I totally understand that, right? So making enough time for self-improvement is often at a time when someone is exhausted. And I am not, because I don't have a lot of obligations right now. And even then, so to give you a greater perspective understanding of this, I am a person who does not currently have obligations, as in obligations that would take my energy away. So my obligation now is to learning, like going to school, for example. If I'm going to school, the most rested state I will be in is when I'm going to classes. Generally speaking, it's not true for youngins and kids. What they often do, in my opinion, which I've done personally as a kid, right? Once a kid, was that you spend most of your effort and energy when you're trying to enjoy something. And then when the time comes to learning, you're already exhausted. So you're exhausted, you don't want to be active in that learning. So in this case, in the ideal case as an adult, who now has the discipline that I didn't have as a younger kid. I'm not talking about other people, I'm talking about myself. So as a younger kid who lacked the discipline, now I have discipline to be the most well-rested possible, channeling my efforts in using Duolingo. And I still feel like there is no possible way that even I, with all the energy and happiness and non-coping and all the motivation, could capture all these concepts in the amount of time Duolingo has it roped out. And yet, the most common complaint that I hear that's at odds with the efficaciousness of Duolingo is that Duolingo is too slow, so therefore I don't learn a lot. When you're not learning a lot, you don't speed up. In my opinion, you slow down. And so the slower I get, the more I'm actually learning, because I'm learning to slow down in order to actually understand the things before I move on. Now, you could speed things up and learn even less, but usually that is the perception of a younger person. As a kid, that's probably what I would think too. Like, oh yeah, I'm not learning a lot because this course is moving very slowly. Probably the harsh reality is you're not learning a lot because you're not learning. You're choosing not to make the best of that time and learning at that pace. You think going faster will get you to learn more, but generally speaking, you actually learn less when you move faster. That's like kind of saying, I'm going to play this musical piece, but I don't understand the piece already. Let's just play even faster and read even more pieces, and somehow that will make you be able to play the piece better. The idea is probably not. So the irony here is I actually think the Japanese course can be longer and longer, like just longer in general. And at the same time, all I'm thinking in the back of my head is this is probably not going to be approachable for anyone who's like sitting there is like, I want to be fluent in a year, or I want to be fluent in 3 months. I want to enjoy and be conversational in 2 weeks. Like, yeah, I mean, I hope you manage to do that. I hope someone out there is magical, mystical, or even just know what they're doing, be able to do that, not me. Like, it's not even close in light years. I actually put in way more hours practicing than learning, actually. So 4 hours of learning is pretty much appropriate to the 8 hours of practicing I do that's not on stream. So I don't want to give people the idea that I'm still a novice, I barely can speak without pausing, and I'm still struggling to remember kanji. I don't want to give people the idea that even with all this time, I'm struggling, but it's a good struggle because I'm learning a lot, that I'm not also doubling down on practicing. Right? It's not, and I'm saying it with a smile on my face because, sorry, I have to ban a bot, the daily bot reminding me that I'm live on Twitch. I want to say, but I'm doing this with a smile because the struggles and the things I'm practicing, I enjoy it. I'm trying to learn as much as I can, right? And that's how you learn things. If you hate it and you're always tired and you always dread studying, you're still a young, inexperienced person. Maybe try to find something that makes it a little bit more consistent. And hopefully at some point, maybe in your 30s, like myself, you get to a position where you look forward to the things you choose to self-improve. Because self-improvement, while it might become a necessity at some point in skill building, lots of the things that we choose to do are ultimately optional, right? And learning Japanese is definitely foreseeably one of them if you don't live in Japan, right? And Japan is a very small part of the bigger world. Let's see. I can see that. You can see that also a lot. That's good. I hope it works out for me and you enjoy learning Japanese. Active practice makes better, right? I spend 4 hours to 5 hours a day on Spanish. Nice, Loki. I can't wait to talk to other people about Spanish. There's so many people around that while I was been learning Japanese and stuff. Haven't touched Spanish yet, but we'll touch Spanish soon enough. I have plenty of stories because I already spent 3 years with Spanish. I can talk about my younger self and how arrogant I was back in the day, all the little weird things with Spanish interaction. Spanish was my first learned language, or like studied language, I suppose. The turtle better than the hare. Yes, the bot. That's true. I work at a slow pace, so you get it better. Yeah. Oh, every day, Loki, there's a Twitch doesn't have an algorithm to curb bots that says cheap viewers. So every single day you get at least 1 or 2 bots that spam cheap viewers, great viewers at a cheap price. Here's a very suspicious phishing link that you should click. And the idea is that I have a feeling those links are also direct phishing links. So like you can get a streamer to accidentally click on the link while they're trying to ban the bot. So I'm always very careful about it. And I make a joke about it just to keep myself vigilant so that I make sure I don't accidentally click on the actual link and not their name, right? That was kind of what Cozy was also doing about the oh yes please bot thing. Anyways, yeah. And yeah, the course is even longer than you thought. Actually, Iris, what are you doing at the moment in terms of, did we already talk about this? Are you trying to do this course? Because yeah, we're gonna definitely do other things. We're gonna definitely be doing other things along with this. It's not gonna be straight this for the next like 7 more months. We will get to the end of this course though. I'm not sure about the Spanish one. We'll see. We'll see. I quite like the Spanish language, so it's actually it's a lot closer to me. Chinese is the closest technically, but the next one is actually Spanish. Japanese is a little bit more distant. Yeah. Anyways, just thought you didn't like it. What are you currently doing? What are you we are going to probably start doing some Wanikani stuff in the near future. Use textbooks for basic vocab and grammar instead. I see. And then I'm guessing then you're just looking at related content to your hobby. You currently read manga? All right. That sounds solid. Vocab, grammar, and then are you using manga as a word discovery normalizer? Okay, so 君は二人 一人 君は一人じゃない or not. So this doesn't really tell me. I guess Kimi, the closest thing would be you.
君は君は一人じゃない
It's fine. I see, Iris.
君の気持ちを知りたい。
Kimi, how's that? How long has it been since you started on your Japanese, Iris?
君の気持ちを知りたい。
君の
君の気持ちを知りたい。
気持ち。Oh. 君の気持ち。Oh, hey, that's actually a very useful phrase. 君の気持ち。
気持ち
気持ちをね。
君の気持ちを知りたい。
Hey.
君の気持ちを知りたい。知りたい。
I want to know how you feel. I want to know your feelings. Okay. I want to know how you... Yeah, that's a good phrase. 君の気持ちを
君の気持ちを知りたい。
It's so potentially ominous. Yeah, you are not alone. You are not alone. You know, you pick up the phone. It's like, you are not alone. Turn around. You know, Ghostface shows up right behind you. It's like, I know what you did last summer. Sorry. It's out of space. Okay. We gotta think happy thoughts. It's Halloween, a little late for Halloween, but you know, you started in the summer. Okay. This summer. Nice. Are you enjoying it right now? I really like this phrase. 君の気持ちを知りたい. I want to know how you feel, or I want to know your feelings. Yeah. It's so far so good. Excellent. Looking forward to exchanging some Japanese in the future, like when we're a little bit more comfortable.
プレゼントをありがとう
プレゼントをありがとう. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. So you can just straight up arigato, use o next to arigato. Can I break down arigato? Nah, we don't need that. We don't need to break that down.
外国人のためのいい辞書がありません
外国人のためのいいね辞書 辞書がありません。
外国人のためのいい辞書がありません。
ためのいい In Kana, this is probably a
のた
grammar
めの
point. ため Okay. Sake. Okay, so this is a grammar point. I have to write down grammar points because they're not permanent. We'll add no to tameno. Okay. Did we get another predicate? Oh, we did get another predicate, didn't we? No, we didn't. Kimi will come up. 外国人 Okay, so 外国人のためのいい辞書がありません。ありません。There are no dictionaries or good dictionaries for children. No, for foreigners. I just instantly thought of children, sorry. Because this statement feels like it's okay. Like there are no good dictionaries for children, and I would for a child, I'm like, I kind of agree. But for foreigners, 外国人。
妻のために犬の散歩をしてあげました。
Okay. 妻のために犬の散歩をしてあげました。Interesting. So I walked the dog with for my wife. Intriguing. It's like I gave a walk. I gave the walk with my dog or my wife. So like I gave my wife a walk the dog. That's kind of cute. I like that. I think I'm gonna have to write a note.
散歩をしてあげました。
Yeah, as a favor, or for the purpose of my wife. Like the purpose of walking the dog is for my wife. That's interesting. Neat. Oh, there, Tio. Okay, has a nice. I'm gonna catch up with chat. Don't worry. I third wheel really fast. Okay. What up? Happy holidays. Tio. Do you celebrate Christmas? Tio, how was your holiday?
兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。
Feliz Navidad. Tio. Feliz Navidad a tu? Your Catholic apostolic romantic. Okay, sorry, I'm not very great with Catholicism sects, but that checks out. Yes. Okay. Ani ni ne?
兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。
珍しい本を買ってあげました。 Oh, so that is part of the theme, right? You're offering help. So you're doing something for people. That makes sense. And then you get tameno and then ageru. Yes, that checks out. Maku third wheel is not dirty at all. No, this is not. Listen. We're talking about a different type of third wheeling, okay? We're talking about bus wheeling. You made a play. It should have been Catholic, Apostolic, Roman. Oh, okay. I see. It flew over your head, sadly. I'm not sure what the play was on the romantic. Like your... Yeah, I don't understand. Was there a double entendre somewhere? It's nothing, just joking? Okay. I see. All right. Well, if it's nothing, then I'm gonna take it as a classical. It's too boring to say Roman. Instead, you say romantic. I see. I'm not. Yeah, I'm not sure if it flew over my head or more I don't empathize with it. Boring to say Roman. Ani ni mezu
兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。
珍しい本を買って
兄に珍しい本を買ってあげました。
買ってあげました。Okay. 珍しい. What do we have? 珍しい. Oh, it's rare. Oh, that's right. Okay, that's fine. Mezurashi. So I bought a rare book for my older brother. Or Mezurashi.
珍しい。
What was my... I had a mnemonic for mezurashi when I was playing Shashinko, or when I was extracting kanji from Shashinko. I think it was mesmerizing, because rare things are mesmerizing. I was thinking more like Indiana Jones kind of thing. So mezurashi, it reminds me of mesmerizing. So that's how I was remembering that it meant rare. I totally forgot the kanji looked like this though. Are boba tea mesmerizing? I guess. They're kind of mesmerizing. They're great to look at. Except for people who are afraid of like black holes and stuff. That could be a little... That could trigger some phobias. Some phobia. 信じます。
信じます。
信じます。踊ります。
踊ります。珍しい。
直します。
直します。
君。
子供に絵本を読んであげた。
あげた。子供に本を絵本を on something. Ageta.
子供に絵本を読んであげた。
Yonde. Oh. Yonde. What? Oh.
読んであげた。
Ageta? Hold up. Oh, I read a picture book for. Oh, interesting.
子供に絵本を読んであげた。
Okay, so you can do other actions by. That makes sense. Thing. Or de. Interesting. Hmm. Okay. All right. Okay. I read a picture book to a child, nondescript child. I was gonna say I read a picture book to my child. Doesn't have to specify, no context. I bought a rare book from my mother.
に
Ani ni muzera mure mezurashi
珍しいほお
を
か
あ
て
買ってあげました。
あまた
Thanks, Pickle. Hello, Pickle. Make way for the pickle. Has any is there any allusion to Pickle Rick, or you're just happen to be a fan of pickles? Or okay, there are 2 or 3 other references to pickles, but they're kind of like you would have to be 30 plus to likely to appreciate it. I want to know your feeling.
君
君の気持ちを知りたい。
の
気
気持ち
持ちを知りたい。
知ったい。
Yes?
です。
I guess. Be a little bit more formal. You're just a cool pickle coming from the Pickle Kingdom? Alright, alright. Hear me out here. Do you have a particular brand in pickles? In fact, I was in the market for some pickles, so I was getting update on the pickle market recently. And I'm speaking, of course, the consumption of literal pickles. You got any particular brand of pickles? I'm quite a pickle eater. Sorry, that could be misconstrued. I want the dog for my husband. Husband. Which way are they expressing husband? Probably. What did they use? Okay.
夫
Otto. Could have used a few other ones. So Otto. You love all pickles. Do you also meet the pickle peddler? No, I have not. Regale me on the tales of the pickle peddler, if you will. Catch me up on what that is alluding to. Oto.
の
Oto no inu. No.
の
Oto ni inu.
犬
Inu. To? How did this work? Inu.
の
I guess inu no works, right? Inu no sanpo.
散
Sanpo
お
o shite. Sanpo o shite. Oh,
ため
yeah. ために犬の散歩をしてあげました。
あげました
Hmm.
の
Pickle peddler is a traveler who has a stand of pickles, basically. Everything is good fellow pickle. Well, that does explain what a pickle peddler is, but I was not okay. Not necessarily defining what a pickle peddler was, but more of a is there a particular pickle peddler story that you're referring to? Like what you have described is a peddler of pickles, but not any particular peddler of pickles. If I may pick your brain for a pickle. This certainly has become a pickle. Quite a little bit of a little pickle we've got ourselves into. I walked the dog for my husband. Deal? Okay. Deal with it? Is that what you're telling me? Missed opportunity to say deal with it, but I'll level with you. I'll level a little bit. I'm not satisfied with this. So for my husband, agemashita. But no. Agemashita. No, that's not how that works. I don't know what other way could I... Oh yeah, this is it. Because no is being nominalizer. But then I need an... Oh, don't I know? Yeah, I'm using no as a nominalizer for walking. So walking, the dog walk, right? Walking the dog nominalizer. But clearly that's not it. Oh, they just wanted a no for the dog. Oh, for the husband needs a no. Interesting. And then it doesn't need... Oh, I guess it doesn't need a nominalizer. Okay. Interesting. Otto no. Okay. I might have to write that down as a note. Okay.
夫
Otto
の
no
た
tame
め
ni.
に 犬の
Inu no sanpo
散歩
をしてあげました。
ました。
That's a little bit apprehensive considering that's the first lesson of the day. We might be practicing today. Oh, wait. I guess we can practice these two. Oh, there's some spoilers there for the next 15 minutes.
むずく
I didn't mean to hit enter.
珍しい。
Oh, man. I guess we'll just practice.
珍しい。
珍しい。
珍
I hit the
しい
enter button instead of the backspace.
珍しい
Or, like, instead of anything else.
珍しい。
珍しい。
珍しい
Good old Japanese stroke
珍しい。
order.
珍しい。
Doing the vertical stroke second.
珍しい。
珍しい珍しい
珍しい。
めずら
Yes, yes, yes. Kimi.
君
Oh. No. No.
君、
No stroke order surprises here either.
君。
Although this is very curved.
君。
君。
君
君君
君、
君。
難しい。
Oops.
めず。
珍しい。
珍しい。
珍しい
珍しい。
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 珍しい珍しい
珍しい。
Introducing
Yes, introducing Super Duolingo. Mm-hmm. You. 珍しい.
珍しい。
Hmm. You of all the things.
ゆ
You.
ゆ。
珍しい.
言う。かつ。
つ。
歌う。
歌う。
悲しい。
悲しい. I was gonna do
珍し
珍しい.
い。めず。言う。言う。
走る。
走る。大きい。見る。珍しい。言う。
珍しいめずい
言う。珍しい。
届く。
届く。
The heck? 届く. Oh, I could see it that way.
走る。
冷たい.
冷たい。
I could kind of see it that way. To arrive. Huh.
い、
珍しい。
珍しい. So, I don't know if Pickle's still here, but you have an interest in Japanese, Pickle? What brings you? Yeah.
珍しい。
I don't know why I said here like that. 珍しい.
小さい。
小さい.
立つ。
立つ.
歌う。
言う. She. Every time I go to Japanese sites, you get spam with chat GPT ads. Have you been using chat GPT recently? Or is it just like in Kimi? Or are you talking about like in general, it's like AI generated ads towards you? Or is it like ads literally about chat GPT? Or AI generated ads? You counted up the number of ads on a single page and it was 18. I see. So you're referring to it as like a catch-all phrase for AI generated ads? Ads about ChatGPT. Have you used ChatGPT recently? That's kind of very oddly specific. You didn't get like a Gemini spam every once in a while, or a Rufus spam, or a Sora spam, or a Leonardo AI spam? None of those came up, just ChatGPT? Jeez. That's what a world we live in right now.
Kimi.
You've never used it in your life? I see. You've used Gemini at least a couple of times already, right?
君
Kimi.
Of course, you can always turn it off.
君
But I'm pretty sure it's on by default.
君
Kimi.
Have you used Copilot before? There are so many.
珍しい
What was dang. There are so many I've already forgotten some of the names. I'm obviously talking about AI competitors.
珍しい
I hope that those
珍しい
names were eccentric enough to elicit like, oh, hey.
珍しい。
珍しい
珍しい
Yeah, those are some mammoth buzzwords
珍しい
nowadays.
珍しい
珍しい
What is my favorite kanji?
珍しい
Well, most of my favorite stuff are based on recency.
Get more with
Get more with soup. It's based on recency, so I would probably say recent.
君
The first thing that comes straight to my mind due to recency is probably Tobu.
君
Although I like the way kimochi sounds.
君
That's not necessarily reflexive of the kanji
Kimi.
itself though.
Kimi.
君君
Yeah, probably right
Kimi.
now. At the current state of
Kimi.
mind, right? Favorite deals with recency for me. So whatever comes to mind first is probably pretty solid. Probably Tobu. Largely because of its wings.
珍しい
Any of the kanji that have faces are pretty funny too. Like Akeru. Anything with the panels. So maybe this is more of a radical thing, but anything with this comes to mind as well. Starting with Mon. 珍しい
珍しい。
珍しい。
In the moment.
珍しい
It'll probably change tomorrow if you ask me
珍しい
again.
珍しい
You could probably ask me each day and I'll
珍しい
probably give you a
珍しい
different example.
珍しい
珍しい。
Now I'm thinking of ga in like manga, eiga, and doga. Specifically ga. The read on that character. So this one. Something about it feels very nice.
君
君、
君、君、
君、
君、君、
君、
Okay.
珍
So it kind of looks like
珍しい、
kind of looks like this
珍しい。
unit is going to be more so
珍しい
grammar,
珍しい。珍しい。
which might be a problem
珍しい。
since I've been careless already.
珍しい、
珍しい、
Looking at the small number of kanji.
君、
Just
君、
what is your favorite kanji,
君
Iris,
君、
so far?
君、
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 Let's go back. All right. Now we're not going to practice until we reach 2.
探します
Sagashimasu. Okay. Sagashimasu.
君
naoshimasu.
直します
naoshimasu. 踊ります.
踊ります
珍しい.
珍しい
探す.
探す探す
Oh, I guess I should write down. Sagasu. That's probably not going to end up in the kanji set.
探す探す
Sagasu.
一緒にやろ
一緒にやろう. Oh, this is the second instance of どう. Let's do it together. 一緒にやろう. Due to recency bias, probably. Oh, I'm not familiar with either of them. Give me the context of those two. One looks like a white box at this point. There's not enough resolution in YouTube chat, unfortunately. The last one, I can kind of see it. There's kind of like elements of chi, elements of yo, and elements of like a not half thing. So and it just reminds, the first one means fight, oh, or beat, and the second one means echo or reverberate. Oh, well, that's fancy. I see. Whoops. So, I'm gonna make a write yaro just to remind myself to look that up sometime. Let's do this together. Okay.
宿題を手伝ってやろ
宿題をす Oh, Tetsu is ascribed to. Oh, that's still very tough to.
う手伝ってやろ
It's still very difficult to see where the breakup is. To read. Tetsu. Ah, and then it's te. So. Thing. ooh, right? So okay, it's okay, te is still te tsuta. Tetsutatu. Tetsutau. Okay. Oh, we're gonna have to write this down because of predicates. Oh. Okay, not biased at all. Not other chatter. What's the reading for your name? 3 readings. Yeah. I stuck with Yumeko. Okay. So Tetsuda, Tetsuda, Tetsudau, which makes sense. Tetsudate, Tetsudate yaro. I will help you do your homework. Skudai. Skudai. Oh, that's interesting. Skudai. Oh yeah, that's right. It's Chuku as well. Right. Shuku and Chuku. Skudai. Skudai o tetsudatte yaro.
手伝ってくれる？
Tetsudatte kureru. Oh, that's the breakup. Oh, and then the other one is yeah, okay. See. And then that will lead into that guidebook example. Special class. Special class. All kind of alone. Okay. Yep. And that makes sense that it's doing double expressions. So they're showing another example of expressing doing for someone, towards someone, for a thing, going through a trouble for. So tetsudatte kureru. 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 Tetsudatte kureru. Would you help me? Fair enough.
一緒に来てくれないの？
一緒に来て、来てくれないの？
一緒に来てくれないの？
来てくれないの？ Interesting. Won't you come with me? Won't you come with me? 一緒に来てくれないの？
彼は髪を洗っていません。
彼はね I don't remember you. Oh wait, I do remember you.
彼は髪を洗っていません。
髪を洗っていません。Oh. Okay. He is not washing his hair. I'm like, all right, that's fair enough. 彼は髪を洗っていません。
彼は髪を洗っていません。
洗い。So, 洗って。Sorry. 洗い。Wait. 洗い。Yeah, 洗い。Sorry. I'm not sure which one I said. Oh, 洗って。洗っていません。Oh. For some reason, I tapped on brother. He is not washing his hair.
駅を探しているんですが。
駅を探している。Okay. 探しているんですかですか。Oh, ですか。そう、駅を探しているんですかLike, what about looking... How about looking for... Or what... What are you... Are you looking... What are you... What I am looking... What I'm looking for? A station? What I am looking for... Or what station... Oh my gosh, English is wrecking me so hard. What am I looking for? No, the station. What? Oh, just kidding. I'm looking for the train station. I think. I mean, that kind of makes sense. I was thinking it more in a clause sense, but that's fine. Like not like a cause sense, but more like a because I am looking for the train station. Like a response because I'm looking for the train station. But I guess alone could say I'm looking for the train station with an emphasis. Interesting.
子供に本を読んでやった。
やった。子供に本を読んでやった。Okay, I guess I read the book. I read the book to the children. I read a book to the children. I read the book to oh no. This agreements. Article agreements.
手伝ってくれてありがとう。
手伝ってくれてありがとう。Oh, and then, yeah, くれて is a conjugation of くれる. Makes sense now? くれる一段. So, くれてありがとう. Yeah, we finally got back to the guidebook, right? So now everything makes sense. 手伝ってくれてありがとう. Okay. And then how does this make sense? やっと. Yes. Interesting. And it got gerund a little bit in the English.
手伝いましょうか。
手伝いましょうか。手伝い、
手伝い、
手伝いましょうか。
ましょうか。
手伝いましょうか。手伝いましょうか。手伝いましょうか。
あなたを探していました。
あなたと、blah blah blah blah。あなたを、探していました。探していました。I was looking for you. Okay.
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
The ending was a...
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
Okay.
娘は
娘は
私の車
を
洗った
くれて洗った。ね。娘は私の車をくれて洗った。So, my daughter washed my car for me. Or my brother, my daughter washed my car for me. Wait.
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
Oh, wait.
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。くれ
洗った
て。
Wait.
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so yeah, so she washed my car. Basically as a favor, but I don't know how that is being expressed in English. Like, I don't know how you word it in English.
娘は私の車を洗ってくれた。
Oh, for me. Okay. That's a good way. Yeah, my daughter washed my car for me. Oh, okay. Shows you how often I actually use that sentence construction in English. It's actually reminding me of how uncommon is it to specify what the favor is most of the time. I don't typically specify favors. Most of my habits are I do something for someone, like just do them as a demonstration, instead of explicitly saying I'm doing something for someone. Teacher is teaching my son Japanese. Teaching my son Japanese. Okay. So, 学生.
先生
Oh,
先生
sorry. I'm looking for son first, actually. Maybe watashi no as well.
私
Watashi
の
no
息子
musuko. 息子に
に
先
先
生。
先生は
先生は私の息子に日本語を teach. Teach. Uh-oh. 那些教え
教え
Oh yeah, it is 教え。教えて。
て
So it's a favor for the person technically. So you could say 教えて. I think they want me to express it as a favor. 教えてくれて? 教えています。教えています。くれて. Oh.
います
As an existing. Oh no.
くれています
Could you, yeah, it's currently teaching as a favor, like progressively, or it could be imas kurete? No. That would require a particle. Huh. 先生は私の息子に日本語を教えてくれています。Yeah, like currently teaching. So we're doing the present progressive of all of it. Yes. Okay. I'm looking for the train station. Okay. Oh, this is the ga thing, which I guess.
駅
Eki o sagasu. 探しね
探し
探し
いる
いるんです
がて
Forgot to conjugate 探して So 駅を探しているんですか Thank you for buying milk for me. Okay. For me. Thank you. Do we need anata? No. This arigato works. Okay. Arigato. ね。牛乳。
牛乳 牛
Oh
乳
no. Me. Oh, we don't need me as well? Oh, interesting. They're really truncating this. So,
牛乳
牛乳を
買って
買って
くれ
くれてありがとう。
ありがと
Yeah, so because we use karate, we don't need to specify me. And then there's only one person when you're talking about someone buying something in the statement of arigato. So that's fine. Thank you for buying milk for me. Interesting. Neat. 牛乳を買ってくれてありがとう。Okay. It's getting wild. I love this. This is an entirely new like structure around things.
すごいね
すごいね. Well, we got すごい. There's すごい. And we might as well write it down because we finally got すごい. And it's written in kana, so we have to write it down. すごいね. That is incredible, isn't it? Oh boy. Sugoi ne. Alright.
君が必要だ
Kimi ga tsuyoda? Oh, those are onyomis.
君が必要だ
Tsuyoda. Oh, hey, Hitsuyo. Hitsuyoda. So we finally got Hitsuyo after so many people use Hitsuyo over and over again. Tsuyo. Tsuyoda. I don't think we need to write this down. Because it's a adjective. Itsuyoda, a non-adjective. Oh, that kind of makes sense because it's onyomi. Thanks, Nojo. Thank you. Hitsuyoda. Kimi ga hitsuyoda. I need you. Okay. Kimi ga hitsuyoda. Not in that way, guys. Not in that way. This is purely platonic. We're talking about like I need your help. Kimi ga hitsuyoda.
歯医者に行く必要はありません。
ありません。I missed the first part.
歯医者に行く必要はありません。
Oh, what the
歯医者
Aisha? Aisha. I don't actually know what that is. Well, the Isha was some sort of doctor, but I haven't seen Hai in front of it. That's interesting. Intriguing. Yeah. Isha. Interesting. New thing. I don't think that character is actually included in anything. But Isha. I'm pretty sure this type of character gets dropped from the kanji section. Aisha. Aisha wa
必要
hitsuyo ne? Hitsuyo arimasen. That's what I heard.
ありません。
Or
やり
no.
やり
Wait. Oh,
歯医者に行く必要はありません。
ni
行く
iku wa hitsuyo arimasen.
歯医者に行く必要はありません。歯医者に行く必要はありません。歯医者に行く必要はありません。歯医者に行く必要はありません。
Okay. Oh, that's interesting. There isn't a need to go to some sort of doctor. Sure. Listen, Cozy. Listen. Maybe.
歯医者に行く必要はありません。
Okay, so there's no need to go to a dentist. Okay. So Haisha is a dentist. Oh, that makes sense. Because it has dentist in it. Or it has the teeth. Right, it has ha. Interesting. Yeah, teeth doctor. Yeah, we got teeth already. And it's just ha. It's still ha. Same ha. Right on the nose. Teeth doctor.
彼女の本はすごい。
彼女の本はすごい。Okay. 彼女の本はすごい。Terrific? Oh no. Oh no, we can't start using words like terrific. That can, I feel like that could backfire in terms of English.
すごい。
水が欲しいんだけど。
水が欲しいんだけど. Oh, we got another grammar point. Although, I don't think this is more like a, we haven't used kedo. No, not, well, no, I think a lot of people use kedo, and I think this might be the first time it showed up in Duolingo. Kedo. Yeah. Mizu ga hoshii n da kedo. Okay. I'm adding some because some is implied here to some extent. To some extent. Kedo. Yeah. Oh no, I'm kidding. Maybe kedo was used. I'm pretty sure kedo was used for but, is or but or so. Kedo. So what? They ended up using ga, and kedo. Maybe we'll link them together. The ga statement ender phrase ender, and then kedo as a phrase ender.
水が欲しいんだけど。
だけど. Okay. This has turned into yet another grammar section. It's interesting. It's very strongly, heavily on specifically grammar usage for very specific terms.
荷物を届けてもらいました。
And then all the other ones happens to be the so akeru, so they went with ageru, and then they often couple it with marau to contrast. Yeah. 荷物を届けてもらいました. Oh, interesting. And then they're using marau and coupling it with the te form of verbs too. So I got, I guess, my baggage. Not that type of baggage, folks. No. Not that type of baggage. We're reading too much into this. I got my baggage delivered. Oh, interesting. I wonder how you phrase this in like I'm not talking about the actual thing that we just translated, but morau. Okay, after a te, to get someone to do something. That's how they're going about it. I see. Ah. So many nuances today. It's because you're offering help. Not that type of help either, okay? We're not talking about that type of help either. You know, you're doing something for someone, and someone is doing something for you. Not that type of something. So that's what I was looking for. So ageru and morau can be referenced to involving someone. So we gotta write that down. Okay. Konnichiwa turn. Sorry. I had to take that opportunity. Hello there, Chen. Moraimashita. No. Okay. I had my baggage delivered. All right, Duolingo.
母に毎朝起こしてもらいます。
You gotta love English naughty nuances. The innuendos continue, right? Haha ni mayasa. Oh no. We're not going there either. Haha ni mayasa. Wait.
母に毎朝起こしてもらいます。
起こして。Guess I woke up. 起こしてもらいます。起こして。Woken up. I woke. Oh, that's interesting. So I got my mother to wake up every morning. Nice. Oh. Why not? Interesting. So I woken my mother up every morning. Oh. Wait. I am woken up by my mother. I am woken up by my mother every morning. Hold the phone. There's a speaker. There's a speaker perception problem. Like I need to sort out with Morau. Wow. Because that would require ageru. So I got my baggage delivered. So the delivery is being done for me instead of for them. Okay. What's up with my wrist strap? What are you talking about? What? Oh, this isn't a wrist strap. It's a it's so my hand doesn't. It's a tablet. It's been there since ever. It's preventing my hand from sliding or sticking. It's actually more like sticking. It's preventing the friction from hitting the tablet. It's a drawing glove. Oh, and just so you know, it wasn't visible. It only became visible when the camera got repositioned further back because of the lighting situation. The lighting situation changed. So now, since it's further back, you can see like my part of my keyboard a little bit. So when my hand's like right here, it used to be not visible. However, when I'm like scratching my face and like coughing and stuff, it is usually visible. So now I could do things like this, you know? I could get bored. I could get bored and I could just like, you know, just spin the pen, which I do this a lot, like when I'm down here, but you usually can't see it, right? So now my hand is a little bit more visible. So like when I'm typing here, kind of visible, but that's not like, it's not really necessary. Largely because the cam is further back, right? I could just punch it in. Okay. Okay. So I think I understand morao now. The perspective, the morao
こ
perspective.
の言葉の発音は難しいです。
You can't hide your no bottoms day. Oh, that's true. Wait, is my bottoms? What up? My bottoms visible? Nah, I'm still safe. You guys can't tell I'm not wearing pants. Just kidding. I am wearing pants. I get up all the time. You guys can see it. Just kidding. Or am I? I'm kidding. I'm kidding. この言葉ね? Oh no, wait, what is that?
この言葉の発音は難しいです。
Hatsu. Oh, interesting. Oh.
この言葉の発音は難しいです。
Hatsuo. Hatsuo wa isogashi desu. Did I hear right? Hatsu on. Oh, it's using on now. Okay, okay. Hatsuon, which deals with noise, right? Noise.
発音
So it's pronunciation. Cool pen flip. Yeah. I did this. Oh, I have a short story with this, but we'll leave it. This pen is not the weight is not distributed properly for the other pen flip, so we just do the 2 fingers things, right? The 2 finger thing. But you could flip around the thumb and whatnot, but the pen is really it's too heavy on this side. The short story is there was a time in high school we had this period called study hall, right? So during the school day, there's always a block, and it's called study hall in the United States. And this is a time where you basically study or do homework or something. Meanwhile, I saw someone flipping their pencil. So from then on, every study hall, I'm that noisy guy who keeps flipping their pen and pencil. And I had this I used like a chonky mechanical pencil, like one of those like heavy duty mechanical pencils. So we basically spent like a school year working on pen flips, like standard pen flips. And you might be thinking, so what does this have to do with anything? With health? Well, I had a fidget, right? Not like a lot of kids, I suppose. I had a fidget, right? So we learned how to pen. We learned how to pen spin as a form of fidgeting. So yeah, it's more like the whoa, and then you hear like clank on the floor, right? One of my study halls though. Here. Long story short, some study halls are in a room where it can make noise, but luckily most of my study halls were in carpet, so the places were carpeted. Now the thing that aggravates everyone else and the proctor, like they have someone just sit in, right, to make sure that the kids aren't doing like shenanigans. The proctor gets a little like suspicious every time I go to pick up the pen, because the motion that you have to do is in one of them, it causes the pen to like flip in one general direction. So like this one is pretty safe, right? If you rotate it around your pointer and your middle finger, it oftentimes the only place it can land is like somewhere close to you. But there's a thumb flip that is a loop. So we're only talking about flipping loops, not single action flipping loops. You can do like crazy things where it cycles through your fingers and stuff. I didn't really learn how to do that. We just learned like a single loop. So the thing that causes the loop is a good fidget helper. And the one thumb flip, like sometimes it just gets sent. Like the pen just keeps getting sent. And I already mentioned that I had a chonky pencil. So it made for very loud random sounds when it hits some solid object. But largely the carpet flooring was a little forgiving. So that's kind of what I spend most of my time in study hall doing. And homework. I actually do most of my homework in school. I know how that sounds, but homework is schoolwork. I've actually, back in high school, I think over 90% of all the work is done in school or on the bus, like the bus ride to and from school, generally speaking. Yeah, it was fun. And pen flipping now is pen spinning, whatever you want to call it. It's an alternative to fidgeting. I think it's very satisfying if you just get a fidget spinner though. You can fidget spin. この言葉の what was this? 発音 No? Not 発音 It's
この言葉の発音は
Oh yeah,
難
it
し
is
いです。
発音。発音は難しいです。Okay. I was gonna say this word is hard to pronounce. It's difficult to pronounce, but this word's pronunciation is difficult. Fidget spinner isn't as skilled and fun. No, it's fine. No, it's not a competition, Cozy. That sounded fun, but I could not do it. Your hands are terrible, so it would make it hard for you. All the more rewarding, you know? If you have an environment and stuff, you'd be surprised how steady your hands might become. My hands are really shaky in the morning. If you tune in to all my early sessions like the beginning of my streams, I always say like, oh, my hands need warming up, and then when I'm doing like a draw a line, it like look like this, like what? I'm trying to, I swear guys, I'm trying to draw a straight line from left to right, and it looks like this. So you know, you gotta start somewhere. I understand though, if you have some sort of natural hand tremor, it can one way to, like, I'm not saying it's gonna remove all the tremor, but oftentimes when you use your hand in different ways, it can help with tremor, like handshake and stuff. I had a stress ball here. There was a time where I squeezed stress balls as a fidget. So you just grab a stress ball and you squeeze. And when you're squeezing, it kind of gets your hand to like warm up. And from time to time, after a while, your hands might mitigate some of the tremor. But I understand that feeling. I'm getting to the age where hand steadiness, like if you're trying to pinch, right? You're trying to pinch something really hard in between your fingers, the tremor is more noticeable. Unfortunately, like the camera's too far away, so you can't actually see me like the trembling, but it happens a lot. And the finer the point, like pens, like the finer the point it becomes, the point of contact, when you're pinching, like doing this, which does involve in pen spinning, it causes trembling. And as you grow older, that gets less and less used. So trying to find something to make enjoyable, like if you find something that's very enjoyable. As a kid, flipping pens was an interesting thing. Finding them and then, you know, having opportunities to grab like this. My hand tremble when it's too wide. and you have to like grab it like this with your fingertips. And then when you're like drawing an angle, at some point your grip and your pinch, it's gonna start to tremor. Like you're gonna have trembling. So the idea is from day to day, if you participate in these activities over time, you might be surprised how steady your hand may become. No, it's not a quality of life thing that everyone needs. So you would have to actively do it. Most people use their entire contact of their hand. So whenever you're grabbing something, you're not only grabbing it using your pinching strength, or I guess what I like watching rock climbing videos. You're crimping, like a fingertip strength when you're pinching things and whatnot. Rarely is it a used skill unless you're doing like pull-ups or maybe some sort of calisthenics or grabbing a lot of things like construction working or something. Grip strength and whatnot might come in. Yeah, clawing things. So you're not exposed to the palm of your hand. The palm of your hand is your biggest asset when you're making contact with the entire object with the palm of your hand. So like a ball, like a bouncing ball and stuff, like a baseball, you can probably grip the whole thing, but also it's supported by the palm. Like my signature in the morning looks weird, but at night it gets better. Yeah, exactly. So when I start my sessions, Japanese is often like, ugh, like, oh, this is how it looks when I'm writing. You know, it's not that I'm kind of exaggerating, but like in the morning when I start, it's tough, but it warms up, and then you can pen spin after that. You know, you can attempt to pen spin. Just don't like poke yourself in the eye or something. Wear goggles when you're doing it. I'm kind of joking, but now that I think about it, I'm kind of not. I'm surprised I didn't poke my eye out when I was practicing pen spinning. Now that I think about it, this sounds more like a boomer comment, but if you're ever gonna spin things that are like a sharp object, like a pointy object, wear protective lenses, please. I don't want to be like responsible for people accidentally jabbing their eye out. Like as a kid, that was probably something I wouldn't consider because I was young and don't associate the consequences. But now that I think back, it's like, yeah, that could have happened for sure. Why did I feel like I wouldn't flick my pen into my face every once in a while? Surprisingly, after like the 1 year of pen spinning, I don't think I hit my face once. So maybe there was like some physics involved that no matter how hard I fail, it always like launches in a direction that isn't my face. But I was wearing glasses too, though. So I've worn glasses since I was 13. So the glasses maybe I might have forgotten the occasional time the pen hits me in the face. Interesting. That's a little memory. What was this again? Hatsuon. Okay, Hatsuon.
発音。コーヒーが欲しいんだけど。
コーヒーが欲しいんだけど。欲しいんだけど。Gotta restart the music. Okay. I would like a baggage. I'm kidding. I would like a baggage. I would like a coffee.
彼の授業はすごく面白いですね。
Oh wow, that came out pretty fast. すごく彼の授業はすごく面白いですね。すごく Is that modifying 面白い? It is. す Sugoku omoshiroi desu ne. His classes are incredibly interesting, very interesting. All right, they didn't go off the charts, aren't they? They didn't say like stupendously interesting. Like honto ni. And there's no particles. Interesting because it's conjugated to shikoku. Okay, sugoku. Su. We'll make a note of that as an adverbial, right? Has your hands cramp while writing your signature so bad that you can't finish it? Oh, your hands not relaxing. I had my hand cramped from something else before. Oh, you might be talking to. I was gonna say something we done back in school, but come to think of it, it was dangerous and it was about harm. Oh. Yeah, so hand cramps does happen quite a lot. If you ever go to like hang on something, sometimes that force to imitate that force. I haven't done this. I think I have a better example. My better example is I played a video game for so long that when I was gripping onto controller, I played back in the day. I used to play like arcade and simulator racers, and the grip on my controller was for so long that my hand couldn't relax anymore. So then my hand was like permanently in a shape, and like I couldn't like straighten the hand. It took a while before the muscles relaxed so I could like stretch out my hand again. There was a time when I played okay, and this is like the OS experience. The rhythm game OS often is used with the tablet, right? And when you play it for a very long duration of time, your hand could cramp up so badly that yes, certainly you can still aim, right? Move the pen around, but your hand itself no longer like could do dexterous movement, right? And that's actually a very real thing that causes repeated stress injuries, or RSI, in players of the game. So that is a very real example of when you're using that type of motion and that type of contraction for a very long time, that you basically can have like, it takes a while to recover. There's also underlying muscular things. So hopefully that's not like early signs of muscular issues, underlying muscular issues. That's definitely something you want to see your professional, your like a physical professional, like a medical professional about. If you're having cramps where it's not triggered by repeated stress, so like if you're not doing something strenuous to cause that cramping, like it's not triggered by repeated stress, it could be an underlying muscular thing. So definitely go seek a professional in case. In my opinion, if you're experiencing muscular like triggers, it's a great quality of life to get ahead too, because the last thing you want is be doing something that's dependent on your hands, right? Like for example, holding a knife. For example, if you're cutting something, the last thing you want to discover is you have an underlying motor issue, and then like something happens to it. So in case it's that. Otherwise, my examples are typically due to repeated stress, as in if you're doing a lot of pull-ups or rock climbing, those type of things, that cramp can happen from repeated stress, like extended stress. And I have pushed my hands quite far to the limit before. I remember the longest period my hand was stuck in a shape was like it took like 3 hours. It took like 3 hours for my hand to stretch. And the way I went about is I took a flat like board and I tried to push, like I pushed my fingers across against a flat surface to like expand it. But it keep like habitually stayed in a contracted form. And that's when I knew I had a problem. I'm kidding, of course. It was for a special event and we did a long stream and all that. But those things are largely harmless in the sense if you're not doing it chronically. But repeated stress injury is a real thing. So RSI can be permanent. So want to be careful about that, especially your hand. At least I rely on my hands quite a lot. So hopefully other people have an appreciation for taking care of their hands, legs, feet, right? And among other things. Not just the noggin, I suppose. The big stress balls are definitely good for that. Yes, stress balls. Stress balls is a great way. You work at an office and sign papers and checks all day. Oh, I can feel it. I can feel that stress already. Lots of self things are like you roll something, you roll something in your hand. So if it's not a stress ball, it could be like a wider object where you like manipulate it in your hand, right, for a little bit, or like pressing your hand down. There are plenty of stretches that introduce like a bit of mobility back into your fingers and hands for a while. That induces circulation, right? And that's probably the most cathartic and regular thing that people do. Yeah. Great stretch motions. As a related note, the kids that I'm talking about who play video games, like play OS and stuff, the dexterity that they have in their hand is like way past a regular use case limit. So when I'm saying this grain of salt, your hands are quite robust for within limits, boundaries. So a little TLC here and there is enough. The ones that I'm talking about, they go like, even being young, they would go 12 to 13 hours of incredible rigorous like gripping. And you're grabbing your cane. Well, grabbing my cane be like that. Wait, well, grabbing my cane. Oh, and Cozy has carpal tunnel. I'm sorry, I didn't know you had carpal tunnel. Hopefully you find ways to mitigate that. I'm not sure about the last one. And grabbing a cane. Well, cane itself, yeah, that could create the same sensation. Like moving your hands. Ah, I see. Yeah. The kiddos, they find stretching pretty okay. I have stress ball. I use art. Ironically, I use this time of day to practice my hand. Too much, obviously, it's kind of like a use it, it's kind of like use it or not, right? If you don't use it, then it gets worse. As in, like, if you don't use your hands in moderation to build stamina and whatnot, then you don't have stamina. And then if you tax your stamina too much, it creates deterioration in the recovery process. So much like most physical things, you exercise where stamina is permitted, and then you push a little bit, but you're able to recover properly. Pushing your stamina beyond its bounds and you're not recovering to a higher point, then you're doing it too much, right? So it's always it's often the balance of stressing just enough for growth and strength, and then not overextending your stamina. There's too much running practice in a day versus sufficient running practice in a day to get endurance. More is not the end all be all, and that's something that I spoke about quite a lot when I was interacting regularly with kids who were playing, or younger people who were playing OS, the game OS. There's a point of diminished return, so you can practice too much in a given time frame and get diminished return at the risk of injury, right? Your whole fitness 101, where progressive overload leads to strength. Overtraining leads to injury, and injury sets you back. It almost could potentially lead to permanent diminished return. And I think hands are no exception, of course. Yeah. 必要。必要ね。必要。
必要。
手紙をもらうのが大好きです。
In a more related thing to language learning, the brain is very similar in that regards. So for all those like incredibly high functioning people, we're not referring to the individuals who are struggling to be enthusiastic or motivated. For the individuals who are incredibly hyper focused or highly motivated and high functioning, there is a diminished return. There is a diminished return for over learning and over practicing. So earlier I was talking about how much I practice and how much I learn. I don't want to give people the impression that that wasn't without discipline and practice. So yes, 4 hours might seem like a long time for someone who doesn't spend most of their time learning. So that is something worth mentioning, which I will continue to be a little bit better at mentioning. I built up to 4 hours. So sustaining an attention or like something like this, it didn't start at 4 hours. It didn't start at 8 hours of streaming. It started at like 1 hour or 30 minutes. And then it's built up slowly and consistently. And then you dial it in, right? When I know I'm tired, I start dialing it back a little. So being aware of that mind-body connection is great. Also for your brain. There's a point where when you're reviewing, like for cramming for an exam, right? There's a 5-minute walk away from your material and then coming back can often produce a return higher than those 5 minutes consecutively going through cramming more. Where you save 5 minutes by continuing to cram, that 5 minutes could return even more productive learning with a 5-minute break and then making up that 5 minutes when you come back. So there is an individualistic art form to dialing in where your limits are. I stop learning when I'm not in the state of mind. Now, hear me out here. That's specifically applying to something that's voluntary. If you have to do something, the best you can do is try to prepare yourself and then you grind through it, right? Because you have to do it. In terms of like language learning, I don't learn when I'm not ready to learn. So the reason why I mention this a lot is my conversations on and off with language learners often feel like they're depicting their voluntary choice to be more of an obligatory thing. So like they're coping with language learning as opposed to self-improving with language learning. Like being productive can overlap with coping. So I was trying to come up with a good quote or something that I would find myself saying that's quotable. And I came up with this before I started stream today. Okay. It comes with a graph, I think. So coping is attempting to get to 0 from a negative state. Right? Productive is ending a day positive. Success is coping and being consistently productive. Right? So when it came to language learning, the language and the type of impression I get often is that coping and productive nature is at odds with each other. So for example, someone says, I didn't learn fast enough. So that would imply that if you look at a graph, their expectation, right? Their expectation is somewhere up here, and their current present is down here. And expectation is 0. That's the 0 part. So every day when they go into it, they're below where their expectation is. So what they're trying to do is they're coping with the progress to get to 0. So if they don't end the day at their expectation, which is 0, they will feel right here negative. So this is net negative, right? If the day ends and they did better than expected, right, above 0, it'll be good and it will be seemingly productive. It's guaranteed to feel productive. And if they get to 0, it's still productive. It's greater or equal to 0 for productivity. However, when it's negative, it's negative. But when you hit 0, it's like, oh, I'm coping along. As in, like, it's both coping and at the beginning of productivity. As in, oh, it met my expectations. No more or no less. So it's like, meh, it's indifferent, right? I knew that was going to happen, so it's not a pleasant experience, nor is it a negative experience. Meanwhile, when one is productive, right, you have to end up here. However, success is the idea of being in this general zone all the time, right? Because you are constantly successfully coping already, right? As in, you cope. So you reach 0 consistently and you're always positive. Now, the difference in a voluntary choice for me is my expectations are here, which is my 0. So no matter what I do before the end of the day, it's probably the delta is probably going to enter in this region. On really, really bad days, there's a chance I might be able to, like, it might get slightly negative, right? That's the worst case scenario. But the odds are, 99% of the time, whatever I do is considered net positive. And that is largely how I become consistent in being successful in things. When I start to learn something, I'm ready to be productive. I'm not coping with whatever excess baggage or something that causes me to diminish into a negative state first. So it's not the desire to cope with my productivity, it's the desire to be productive, right? So when someone says, I need to learn 100 kanji by the end of a month, that is obligating yourself. It can be very strong because, hear me out, when you think of something failing, right, negative, as in if you don't meet expectations, it can be a fantastic driving force. Like the fear of failure is a fantastic driving force. With one big caveat. Are you suffering from negativity? If you are not, then this is amazing. And who do those people look like? People who are incredibly motivated from a different source. Because when this happens, this fear and failure cost motivation. So oftentimes people stop learning language, in my opinion, and it comes down to the lack of motivation. Largely because, in my opinion, it's associated with meeting expectations at a cost. And meanwhile, it's rarely ever seen as a cost for me. So while I have motivation, right? I have motivation to spare. So on a bad day, for example, if there's a 1% bad day, my motivation will easily pay it out. Like, it'll get paid out. Like, I can compensate for this on a rare day. However, it usually now, since it's mostly net positive, my motivation only goes up with every passing day. It doesn't go down with every passing day. When I talk to language learners, I think the vast majority of people is learning a language, right? Language learning is at a cost. Now, how does this relate to the whole hand thing? I see myself writing kanji and getting my hand exhausted, not as a cost, but as a potential return on investment. So I know that my hands can do a certain amount of work, right? A certain amount of work, because I've used my hand a lot and pay attention to it. So it has a certain amount of stamina and it has a certain amount of dexterity for the day, right? And I use it to that limit, and then plus like 10%. And then tomorrow I'll check, is my hand back to 100% of my stamina and dexterity? And then I repeat that. So every day, little by little, my hands become steadier and steadier until this this strengthening stops, right? Then I'm like, oh, okay, I don't need it to be any stronger anymore or less strong, right? Like, I'm okay where it is. So then you enter maintenance. And that's kind of where I am today on a lot of things. Maintenance. So now maintenance is mitigating aging. So what I mean by that is, even though if you're doing this, we have to consider the idea that as one ages, your physical dexterity and stamina is going to go down. So if you are actively maintaining it, that means you are actually doing more work over time than you once were. Yet the output needs to be framed in the sense that as you're applying an upward maintenance force, there's a downward maintenance force. When you were younger, there was like a teeny downward maintenance force. And all your activities is a gigantic upward force, right? For your physical being and whatnot. So transitioning getting, you know, as kids grow older and myself, you know, getting into middle age, it's good to keep this in mind. It's excellent or healthy for the mental health to keep this in mind, that the downward force becomes larger. There are places where the downward force becomes less. And one of the places is motivation. Sources of motivation technically goes up. If this is a really big grain of salt though, on the things of interest. On the things of interest. Usually, for the vast majority of people. For myself, I would say I'm not very representative. I'm more interested in things I don't know. So discomfort. Discomfort is something that I like. So I like novelty. That's largely due to my intellectual background. So that's something very specific and unrelatable. I don't usually talk about that too much. But generally speaking, one thing that becomes very strong is things of interest. So why is that something that I talk about a lot? If you leverage, the older you get, the more you're able to leverage your interest. Learning a language is so walk in a park. I know that sounds very hyperbolic. However, if as you're older and adult, when you become interested in something, it is far, far more efficacious. Efficacious, I can't spell efficacious. Than when you were younger versus your younger self. Because your younger self haven't built a lifetime or like a large repertoire of significant value based on interest. It's whatever catches your attention. So one day you're going to be playing the violin, then you're suddenly playing the trumpet, and then you're suddenly playing the drums. You're experimenting with interest, right? So oftentimes that's kind of where I do my conversation pieces too. Someone who is a lot older and experienced will sit through more likely to sit through a 3-hour analogy about elaborating on world perspective and mental health versus a younger person who is more likely to want a concise answer in order to move on and experiment with more. So to combine this in terms of language learning and whatnot, I kind of do both back and forth. You strike me, Loki, as a potentially, if not a little bit more experienced person. So I'm like kind of diving a little harder into this. Well, what are you saying? Oh, what are you saying? But I felt my hands start to shake when you were a teen and you flipped the ATV. Oh, so you have physical injury. Or not physical, but your hand, is it the case where your hands are fine, but the trauma of flipping your ATV caused a shake in your hand, or is there like a physical thing? Sorry if this is too personal. I'm genuinely very curious about the shake. Sometimes accidents can create, I'm not a medical professional by the way, but sometimes accidents can create trauma related shake. Where like, oh yeah, you know, I was in this accident. As far as the physical hands go, they are working perfectly fine, or they're biologically fine, but for whatever reason, ever since that accident, there's this shake, right? That can very well be a thing. I don't know if you can how often people overcome psychosomatic things, but if you have a physical hand limitation, I can totally understand from an accident. I've done some wild things, but I don't think I've ever been on an ATV and flipped it. Flipped a bike before. Flipped a car before. Long story short, it's not as crazy as it sounds. I did flip on a bike and like use my face to hit the floor a couple of times. Like one time, it was pretty bad. I ran my face into a tree before. Full stop. It's actually why I have a scar on the left side. Or I guess it would be the left side of my nose. You landed on your right side, which is the hand you write with. Oh, I see. I guess that explains the cane as well, possibly, right? Or is that something else unrelated? You're like, I'm sorry to hear that. Is it permanent, or are you being able to rehab it in the future?
手紙をもらうのが大好きです。
I hear me out here. I'm guessing I'm preaching to the choir, but I can only imagine not being able to see signs of recovery and mobility that can really hurt one's quality of life, both mentally and physically, quite a lot. So I'm genuinely curious about your rehab. You're getting better at walking. All right, cool. Excellent. A little better every day, I suppose.
手紙をもらうのが大好きです。
手紙をもらいで。
手紙をもらうのが大好きです。
もらうの
が
大好き。もらうのが大好き。
大です。
Oh. Well, here's to wishing 2025 being a year of great progress in rehabilitation. Right? I missed this point. My punchline for the interesting is with life's experiences, right? Like adversity and accidents and whatnot. There, in my opinion, there are very few things in life that can get oneself to a better place than one's own interest in one's own health. So if whatever you're getting better at walking, so there's no question you're doing something that is helping, and that's really great. And hope 2025 becomes a good year for you. You don't need your cane for walking around your house now? Excellent. Oh, was this recent? This accident was recent. What does this say? I love to receive paper. Oh, this is like paper craft. Where's Blair when you need? Blair would have a comment about this.
手紙をもらうのが大好きです。
もらうのが So no is being used as a nominalizer. I like receiving. I love receiving paper or letters. I love receiving letters. Or getting letters. Sure. 難しい。Or yeah, 難しい。
珍しい。
珍しい。なぜか珍しい。
君。
探す。発音。and 必要。Going up and down the stairs? Okay. No, like going up and down the stairs. Time, perseverance, and practice. kind of neat. I don't imagine about the ATV. Is it like, did your doctors say like, oh yeah, you'll be fine. You can get on the ATV in the future? I'm not sure what your relationship is with ATV now. I would like some water.
水
Mizu. 水
が
が
欲しい
欲しい。欲しいん
だ
だ
けど
けど。母に毎朝、毎朝、起こし、起こし、起こして。Wait, why is it 起こし? Oh. Oh, because it's Odu. Wait a minute. No, it's Okuru. No. Just kidding. So Okoru. Odu. She. Oko. Oh, this is the noun. It's Oko. Right? Old? No, it's not. How does Okoshite work? Is it combined as a one phrase? No. So she. Okoshite. Didn't even check this. You sold it? I see. Oh, I'm thinking about this. I'm thinking about this incorrectly. Okosu. Because of transitive. Okosu. So okoshite. Yeah. Okay. Okosu. Then you conjugate su to she. Okoshite. I knew that. What degree do I have on the wall? I have a degree in biology. I have a PhD in biology. Aha ni maiasa okoshite. 起こしてもらいましたのあげない。Oh, I am woken up by my mother. No. もらいます。My dad woke me up. Morning, my dad. Oh, that's a different way of saying that in English. Wait. Oh. So hold up.
Watashi ga maiasa Watashi ga 父、私、私、私を、起こし、
起こし、起こして
くれ、
くれた。Yeah, so now this is referencing as a favor. But I don't know about this phrasing. So, yes, my dad, right? Every morning. It could be outside too. Like
毎
this.
朝、
毎朝、父が私を起こしてくれた。Yes, くれた is くれる. In the past tense, くれた. Ichidan. Then what did they do? They go to wake up me as doing something for someone, favor, and they wake up father. I think this is fine. And Mayasa is irrelevant. Oh, wait. No, the way that's written, Mayasa could go anywhere. The question is it about waking up every morning? Or is it every morning? No, it should be in the front. Yes. You have your bachelor's in finance? Ooh, fancy. Fancy. Okay. Very fancy. You will hate the debt that comes with it. I didn't go to med school because of that. It's one of the, like, it's that's a generality, but it's actually one of the major driving forces. When I was, so simpler times, right? I was young. I was a lot younger than I am today, and there were very simplified priorities. And one of the top 5 priorities is that I couldn't afford med school. However, there were other driving forces, but the strong depth involved in American medicine was it would be negligent of me to not mention the driving force, that is the expense that involves being in medical school. Now, why does this factor into a conversation about a PhD in biology? When I applied to a PhD program, the United States have this thing called the they have a fund. They tend to have a federal level fund for very specific universities to be able to have training programs for PhD candidates. And those candidates receive a stipend to be part of the program and a cover of their entire tuition as a part of, I guess, doing research, of which that research then becomes public publishing, right? And in itself is something that the government would like to promote, right? So when the consequence of investing in this training program is to produce more scientists that ultimately stay in the country and produce publicly available things. So long story short, this training program covers all of tuition and provides a stipend for living, cost of living. And so when I went to PhD program, I qualified for some of the many programs. And the university that I went to was among one of the universities. And usually the top universities in the country has these training programs. So without saying too much, to kind of make it a different side of education, I did not, it was a free ride for more or less, and it was more than that. You were paid as well for cost of living. Am I a teacher or a scientist? I am neither of those things anymore. not in a it's a more of a bittersweet thing, I suppose. I'm neither of those. However, figuratively, I'm gonna say in spirit, it's difficult to take the teacher and scientist out of someone who dedicated their life to the pursuit of knowledge. So, without saying too much, I don't necessarily think I am any less qualified to return to teaching and or being a scientist. With that said, though, I don't do either professionally, and usually teacher and scientist go hand in hand. It's very difficult to disseminate information without being able to teach it. Yeah. But neither. I don't do anything professionally right now. That's one of my biggest disclaimers about language learning. I don't want to give people the false impression that adults could resonate with me. I think older language learners know very well, and I often acknowledge that time is a big factor. Obligations are a big factor. Largely, though, the people on Twitch that are interested in especially Japanese tend to be on the younger side. They are either in school, university, or pursuing an academic career path that largely obligates and or voluntarily involve the pursuit of knowledge, as opposed to adults, which I have many wonderful experiences with older adults who are in the professional field and are juggling jobs and stuff. We talk about, in those cases, we talk about like work-life balance, lots of those things, as opposed to like the language learning stuff. Talking about language learning interests complements our understanding of each other, right? It's a very different dynamic when you're speaking to individuals who have the luxury to study all day and have the wonderful support of loved ones around them, versus an adult that have families. So am I retired now? For all intensive purposes, I would say an indefinite leave of absence. It's a voluntary leave of absence. However, generally speaking, that would be not very it's not very all that dissimilar from being retired for the time being. However, it's again difficult for someone who spends most of their life pursuing knowledge and skill building to ever be retired, I suppose. Like it would drive me insane. And it's again not even that interesting to become a world traveler either. So the pursuit of knowledge is not restricted to relaxation. Yeah. It's been a long break, Loki. It's been a long break. I think we're borderline passing 5 years now. So I think the biggest thing that will get me back into teaching or science is that I become acquainted with someone who wants that service. I'm no stranger to still teaching things in science and like talking about complex topics, largely in a voluntary basis. So more like meeting people and talking about the things that I know non-professionally, right? So, and then deferring them to an expert or something. I do not particularly feel motivated to be confident enough to provide any professional things. It would end possibilities like this, right? I couldn't, it's very difficult to possibly do something like this while juggling. Personally, I'm not Superman. I'm not like those content creators out there who suggest that they are balancing like 2 full-time jobs, a side hustle, and also consistently creating content. Not that I find that hard to believe. Generally speaking, I am not that person anymore. I'm 37, and I put my body and well-being through a ringer very, very early in life, and it aged me mentally, for better or for worse. I often actually think it aged me in a very great way, a very sustainable way. However, when I see other people who are like the CEO of 2 companies and doing this and that, that's absolutely incredible. It's also something that I don't strive or aspire to do anymore. There used to be a time for that. I still remember a time when mentoring and juggling 3 or 4 people while still trying to finish my thesis all at the same time, TAing for 2 courses. Like, that was absurd. And all the time finding time to play in MMORPG and also find side things to do with business investments. That was a 20-year-old, like a 20s level me. Yeah, time really does change someone. And you might be thinking, oh, but now you can't do those things. I haven't ever been happier in my life. So, and I'm also incredibly grateful for all my youthful shenanigans that led me to this point. I wouldn't be the person I am without those experiences. So, it's interesting that we live in a time where younger people, all the way up to the age of 30, is quite literally almost incentivized to behave like what I did when I was younger. And that kind of positions me in a way to be able to use my story, my life story up to this point, as a very relatable factor for both young and those who are much older now, like into their 40s and 50s. So that's a big coincidence. However, I leverage that all the time about talking about well-being and mental fortitude and lifestyle choices. Because we're talking about things that we'll say. I'll say this like in a very as serious as we can, because these platforms are very questionable about these things. So I've been through chronic depression, right? Cultural clashes, identity crisis, with people who have reached the ends of their wits' end. I'm being a little tactful about the way I'm describing this. So there has been time that I've witnessed in my life already, in the worst case scenario, both racially and culturally, and also professionally and intellectually. So yes, I'm only 37. However, I probably experienced outside short of getting married, divorce, loss of a loved one, or loss of one's own child, for example. Outside of those experiences, it aged me. So I often joke that I sound more like a 50-year-old or 60-year-old that looks like a 30-year-old than anything else. Obviously, having a family, having children, those are experiences I have not engaged in yet, largely because by the time I was 30, I was acting like I was 60. No, I don't have a wife. Yeah, I'm not married. In fact, it was only recent that I thought about having an interpersonal relationship. Largely because I was 60 years old already. We've already gone past the intimacy question. Now we're dialing it back. We're dialing it back a little.
そんなことない。
そんな. It's another one. そんなことない. So we have ない, which is すること. So そんな. This is not true? Ne? Why? No. Not true.
そんなことない。
Right? Yeah. Sonna. So true, not true. Okay. I guess we're just gonna use a that. That is good. That is not.
そんなことない。
Oh, because of son, because of soul. People might say you act 60, but you have an old soul. Yeah. That's usually old soul. Old soul is the euphemism. I sound like an old soul from as far as I remember. When I was 13, I was worried about mortgage bills, running a business. Largely mortgage, running a business, learning a language to be an interpreter for my parents. And then when I finally got to college, I didn't know what college was. Then we had to deal with college. Then we had to make sure that I come out of college, my bachelor's degree, debt-free. So we're doing most of those things. Then right out of college, we were looking for professional occupation. So then I went straight into working for the government for a few years and then paving what my future would be. So then we entered a PhD program. And then after the PhD program, here I am, 5 years. And what I'm doing now is creating posterity. So I'm recording for posterity and demonstrating a lifestyle that allows one to feel rewarded, but yet isolated, and at the same time maybe make room for interpersonal, closer interpersonal relationships. Nevertheless, I think at the moment I largely have enough closure that being alone isn't the end of the world per se. My parents don't like that idea, but generally speaking, I have a lot of closure in my life, and every day now I typically live for the idea of maybe encouraging a next generation of people to eventually find that closure as well, right? Trying to spend most of my time figuring out what are the efficacious ways to sufficiently promote the well-being of our younger generation, right? And the internet certainly makes that a lot more accessible. At least accessible in the sense that you have a large sample size. The success rate is like it's an endless open opportunity to constantly practice that craft. Not dissimilar from being a teacher, especially a scientist approaching a problem that's ever evolving, and that is to promote and kind of practice ways to innovate on communication to connect with a younger audience, right? And that's kind of the idea. Not in the sense of promoting it as a business model. I think there is a slight distinction between someone who is business forward, like aspiration wise, like promoting projects of their own and their own self-identity, versus someone who is enabling others to find their identity, right? So it's more of an outwardly pursuit as opposed to an inwardly pursuit. One might think that when you're much, much older and you find closure and a healthy lifestyle, you become less concerned about yourself, but disseminating information about yourself in order to inspire the generations of people for the future, right? So that's probably gonna lean into the whole feeling of talking to an older person than what meets the eyes kind of thing. そんなことない。That is not true. そうtrue.
この本を借りていい？
この本を借りていい? Oh, this is the... Maybe I should write down for 借り. Borrowing something is kind of important for offering and asking for help. May I borrow this book? この本借りていい？
これを借りてもいい？
これを借りてもいい？ Okay. May I 借りてもいい？ It still says, may I borrow this? Oh, wait. Yeah, may I borrow this? It's, may I also borrow this? But it ends up translating, may I borrow this? Still, like, it's that's still fine. The last two statements could be interpreted as, may I borrow this? And then they added a book, but if you took out the book, it will still be, may I borrow this? Interesting. Huh. At least that's what I think. Okay.
あんな食べ物は食べません。
Anna. Okay, so we have Sonna. And now doing Anna. Are we gonna have Konna? How does Donna work? Yeah, Donna works. Anna 食べ物は食べません。Okay. I do not eat that food? Oh, that food? Such food? Like such food? Anna. That food like that. Oh. The more Japanese I learn, the more my English is going out the door. I do not eat food like that. Yeah, Anna. So it's giving me vibes of like, I see. Sonna. Anna. So it's like dealing with like kind of the nature of. Interesting.
病院に行かなくてもいいです。
病院に行かな。行かな。wait. 行かなくてもいいです。Is this? So alright. It's not くれる, right? However, this looks like 行かないで. But now, or it could be 行か and no, it can't be that. So and not. So it kind of reminds me of 行かないで, but now instead of 行かないで, they conjugated it differently. No, that doesn't make. I know what it means though. It's not good, so you should not, or you need not go. You need not go to the hospital. Oh, you need not. You do not need to go to the hospital. Yeah. But how does 行かなくてもいいです。
行かなくてもいいです。
Yeah, so ika and naku, and mo are separate.
行かなくてもいいです。
Ikenaku. How does that break down? Pretty sure is ikenakute. So it's I'm pretty sure it's related to ikanaide. Ikenakute. Ikenakute is always followed by you. Forming ikenaku. Oh my gosh, I just saw something very inappropriate about this, but okay. Is it the negation of paired up with naide? I'm having a hard time finding it. Okay, I'll look this up as homework. So how is it being on your 5-year break? So it's pretty it gives me a lot of flexibility on pursuing lots of my interest. Lots of flexibility because almost everything is voluntary, right? So I had grand wafts of unhinged interest seeking. Interest seeking in terms of like intellectual seeking. So plenty of time. The internet is gave me a lot of unhinged, untethered access to consuming and observing what's on the internet. Allows me to gather a lot of my thoughts. So it's quite cathartic. Without developing a dependency on the internet, I suppose. I was like a pre-internet, pre-social media generation. How do you live without a job income then? Passive income. Passive income is sufficient for the time being. And incredibly frugal lifestyle, I suppose. Right? Incredibly frugal lifestyle with passive income. Let's see. Yeah, so no active income. I don't have a high cost of living. Huh, okay. So I'm gonna write this. Maybe even plus or minus mo. Alright. Okay, yeah, that's definitely a form. Oh, we might add all of this actually. Yeah, that's definitely more. And then we have kikanakute. Oops. No. Oh, wrong. Akana. Do I stay debt free? Momentarily. At the moment, I am debt free. I have been debt free for a while now. Since I left the nest, there was a temporary moment that I was not debt free. But my education and the way I handled my education, I was debt free since I left the nest, for all intents and purposes. Yeah. My parents ran their own family business, and then when I was 16, I went to work. I went out to work, and then the rest is history. I've worked ever since. In some way, capacity. There was some form of active or passive income since I was 16. That weren't from my parents. Up till then, though, my parents operated a family business, of which you can legally, or not really legally, but you could help out, right? You could help out. So, although like we didn't have like the westernized structure. Did you ever try a conversation session with Italki after learning some Japanese? I have not. Quite a lot of people like Italki though. I think it was recommended by quite a lot of people. So, taking their experiences, it's overall a very positive experience with Italki. No, I have not really been finding the incentive to do so at the moment. Have you tried it, Jarell? この手紙を書かなくて、oh man, 書かなくてもいいです。So, you do not have to write this letter. It's kind of expressing you do not have to do something. Interesting. You did? You would like to book more sessions for conversation practice? Very nice. Well, you are among pretty much most people. I think I looked at the Italki platform, and the Italki platform, Italki is a middleman, right? It's a middleman. So, the grain of salt here is, if you learned enough Japanese and you've participated and invested in your learning process in a full aware state of what you're looking for, Italki is an excellent platform to scout for conversational practice. If you're starting out, right, and then you learned a lot of things passively, as in like recommended through things, like if you're solely reliant on Anki or SRS or some sort of planned programming in which you are not aware, you haven't developed awareness of where you want to go next, what you're looking for, then Italki might end up being a mixed bag. Largely Italki, like many other platforms like Amazon's healthcare, online clinic, and like BetterHelp's middleman between like mental health and the client. The idea is the success of Italki is promoted, in my opinion, through the idea that a lot of their customers tend to be at a later stage in their investment in their language learning. I would probably be a little bit more hesitant for talking about Italki services and whatnot for its individuals who are unaware of what they want to do with their language learning and are not actively invested in their language learning. Like, for example, a student who has learned 3 years of Spanish but have no reasonable investment in how they're going to apply their Spanish or use that skill, but they have to do it anyways because it's school. So if they're expecting that italki session would be applicable or fruitful, it would likely be no more, it would have diminished return. So I'm glad to hear that your session was great, and it also gives me a lens into where you are in your investment in your learning. For myself, I don't necessarily think I have any particular interest at the moment in pursuing something of that nature. However, it may also be that instructionally, I do not, I'm not necessarily a person who would find I need something to spark my conversational incentive. I spend a vast majority of my time engaging in conversational practice in general. And I think when people talk about italki and entering a conversational session in their target language, to me, it's often that in their native language, they don't tend to have conversational practice. So it becomes very helpful because when you have a target language, it teaches, it incentivizes one again to participate once again with conversational practice. I don't necessarily think I'm still going to do it in the future at some point. I don't necessarily think my weak spots are trying to figure out how to say this, right? How to say this, or how to apply this in a conversational manner. Most of the time, the weakness is probably simply not knowing the semantics. Did you ever go to in-person conversation meetups for Japanese? That's not readily available here. I actually probably would prefer in-person conversational meetups. However, I have a high demand for the other person that's involved in the meetups. So when I go to meet up things, I expect a very strong pre-selection factor to go. So with that said, then it would be more likely that that person may probably end up being a paid professional. Investing in conversational meetups, if I'm going out of my way to meet up with someone, that other person has to be able to reciprocate or a guaranteer of reciprocation. And sometimes money goes a long way to doing that. That's largely why I do not have a rush to enter conversational practice in a target language. That's personal preference. I do not necessarily believe that entering conversational instructional conversation is something I'm thinking of. I don't necessarily have conversations with people who are instructed to teach me things. So in the future, I'll probably seek a longer, a platform that would promote conversational meetups in the sense that there's already an established commitment to the conversation, right? That's usually how I would best qualify my selection for conversation. When someone is going to meet up, that can be a mixed bag, right? So, in a very long-winded way, if there was an opportunity to make friends with someone who is committed to learning English and is a Japanese speaker, and I am a English speaker who's committed to learning Japanese, and we share interests in the sense that we are committed to that idea, then I'm more likely to spark a conversation with that person and uphold that. Going to a platform to pay someone to obligate them to instruct me is something that in my current state of mind, I'm not very I'm not very receptive to at the moment, because it's been a very long time since a conversation is a one-sided instruction content. And I found that lots of the italki things that are very highly rated and useful, it's a one-sided conversation most of the time. Like, what I mean is the intent is supposed to be an instructional conversation. And it's kind of weird to pay someone just to, like, if there's a realm of expectations where you pay someone, but you're really trying to have a conversation. So in this case, when I think of italki, I think of it more like a learning session as opposed to a conversation session. You do exchange ideas and whatnot. However, there's that whole expectation of a one-way transference of information. A meetup would be a closer resemblance. So if I had a place like maybe like a cultural center, perhaps that's a possibility. Where I live do not have such things. A passive income my grandfather does is the stock market. Well, italk sounds like a good way to help. It can be, yes. It may be a good way to help. For those who are appropriately seeking it, right? I think one of the things that lead things like italki to success is largely because there's monetary investment. There's also obligatory service, right? Exchange of service. And my take is it's very effective and efficacious and even more worth it when it's someone who's participating in a target language, largely because they don't have many conversations in person most of the time. I'm not saying that it's a substitute for Japanese, right? It really isn't. However, I would like to say one of the biggest differentiating factors on how effective conversation is may also be related to how conversational the person is already. So, I personally prefer to be having conversations with people who start with equally intellectual commitment towards something. That's an exchange of ideas. Now, the person could view me as someone who's ignorant and incompetent and like less knowledgeable, and then that's why they're teaching me Japanese. But that's not a conversation. That's an instruction session. So, I'm not in desire of looking to hire someone who is to be my instructor. I like to enter a conversation with someone who feels that they are both intellectually equal and be participating in sharing information. So the one thing that I had problems with when it came to italki, personal problem, is that the ones that are most reliable and most popular, which is good because it deals with service rendered, they're there to learn Japanese, not necessarily use Japanese, in my opinion. So maybe some other thing in the future. I could definitely try one of those sessions. There is a monetary investment. So at the moment, obviously I haven't invested anything outside of my own time in things. It's a excellent question, and I have not gone to a in-person conversation meetups. However, I do have to admit that I don't think my view on being in person and not in person changes very much compared to someone who finds being in person to be a lot more anxiety inducing than being online and using a video cam or doing an interview across a phone or online. It's a very different perspective, right? In person is not that dramatically different when it comes to my own aptitude. I think it's more what I can gather of the other person. So more information available to me in person, because the person, I can see the person. How I do and operate on myself, it's very similar. Like when I'm talking right now, the way I'm like moving my hands and sometimes like scrunch my face or kind of wave and bobble my head. I do that in person too. It's part of the body language that I've kind of practiced most. Yeah, I think nowadays though, if you're really used to and you grow up on the internet, there's this like potential return on being in person, largely due to the idea that a lot of people do not do that very often anymore. I talk to people conversationally nearly every day. Kind of like talking to myself now, I suppose, or talking to some of you, right? It's very well rehearsed, well practiced. So, talking to an instructor can be a very different dynamic. What the heck is that thing with? Oh, is that high? That's high, right? It's too dense character. Unfortunate YouTube. I'm talking around this, Jarrell. However, the long story short is I didn't. So I haven't had enough of an interest to use italki, and I didn't have enough interest to go to an in-person conversation meetup.
今週、作文を書かなくてもいいです。今週
There is a very distinct chance that I may never go to an in-person practice or a conversation practice. I'm not sure if you were around when I talked about my immediate motivations. My immediate motivations is to interact and consume media for my personal hobby interest. So whether I'm able to talk to someone in person or have a conversation with someone in a person is optional. It's icing on the cake. So perhaps my interest in gaming and understanding deck builders and industry and stuff, if it leads to becoming let's say, fingers crossed, interaction with like a Sega dev in Japanese, or like interacting with an international audience, then I think it will ultimately lead to that conversation anyways. So until I have someone who is willing to invest in me as much as I want to invest in what they're offering, I think going out of my way to get people to serve my purpose of using a target language is something I don't naturally find as a course of action for myself. So paying people to do that is kind of also under that. I want to pay forward, right? So if it means learning Japanese with another person for 5 or 6 years of my life, then that is more the natural state of ending up conversational than paying someone who knows more than me or foreseeably knows more than me about conversation because they happen to know language better than I do is a dynamic that is difficult for me to navigate nowadays. Much like when I'm talking to any of you guys, I'm talking as unhinged as I can be because I prefer to, this is going to sound very weird. Hear me out. It doesn't produce a bad stigma. I promise. I tend to prefer to overestimate people and overinvest in them at the risk of disappointment than having low expectations of people and then having the inability to be disappointed. That sounds backwards, probably, to a lot of people because largely they're looking for something from the person, in my opinion. And that's perfectly reasonable because if you go pay someone something, you're expecting a service rendered. Or if you visit someone and you're investing your time, you're expecting a return on that time, right? So oftentimes it has to meet an expectation. So often if you have low expectations, you can't be disappointed. I often have high expectations. And then because of that, I fully embrace that I could be esoteric, I could be pedantic, I could be overly serious. However, that is how I show my utter and forward investment. And those people who think that I'm too serious, that's the selection factor. So if you think I'm too serious and you leave, it's selecting for that commitment, right? It's not payment, it's not money, it's not a particular setting to be conversational. So I have no doubt in my mind, actually, that time comes February. In a year from February, when I start Spanish, Cozy and I probably end up speaking Spanish most of the time, if we can. And I don't see this as any different for Japanese in the future. So all the people who have self-selected themselves based on my ridiculous standards of being consistent and self-studying, at some point, whatever makes you work, right? Like Jarrell becomes super fluent or something in Japanese through the surface of italki. I like to imagine that if I continue to talk to Jarrell or Loki or Axe, in some way that conversation will end up coming full circle. So investment in people. And it's difficult to invest in someone that you're paying. Yeah, not that it's a bad thing. You know, everyone has to do something and whatnot, but it's very difficult to keep up that, right? It's difficult to keep up that lifestyle, especially for someone who doesn't have an active income. Yeah, so there is some monetary concerns. And then like meeting up in person and meetups require travel expenses and all that as well. So sounds like a bunch of excuses. They are excuses. However, they're excuses that don't hurt my quality of life. So perfectly all right.
今週、作文を書かなくてもいいです。
今週作文ね? You looked up italki, you would not pay money for it? That's understandable. It's very understandable. It's tough, the payment thing.
今週、作文を書かなくてもいいです。
作文 why am I drawing blank on 作文? ね?
「今週、作文を書かなくてもいいです。」
Oh.
作文
The heck? I don't know if I got this. Did I get sakubun? I probably did. I don't remember it. I know what it is. Oh wait, I did get it. What was the other one? Boon. No. It starts with boon. Not Bunko, is it? No, that's branch school. It's Boon something. Bunka is not what I'm looking for. Bungaku. No, bungaku is else too. And then there's bunpo, which other people used. What is it? There's a lot of boons, but I'm looking for a very specific boon. Is it buncho? Probably buncho. Yeah, it's buncho. Okay. It's one of the school units.
今週、作文を書かなくてもいいです。
書
かなく
て
て
も
も
い
いいで
いですす。Okay. Because I act like my dad now, I don't want to spend my hard-earned money on things I don't really need, and it makes me feel old like him. I can understand that. Right now, when it comes to like the language things and like what I'm doing, I ask myself, do I want it? How much do I want it? So, how much do I want to talk to someone who speaks Japanese? And there wasn't enough. I asked myself, I don't do enough things that makes me want to speak to a Japanese. Like, in that situation. I love speaking to Japanese language learners. Because there's a cultural connection being made. Not largely because of English, but there's a cultural connection being made. Like anime, manga, like there's a lot of things that are part of me, video games, my upbringing, my stories and stuff are relatable to people who are learning Japanese, right? In a very specific sphere and on Twitch, right? When I talk to an italki person, I have to prepare for what I'm going to talk about. I like to prepare my stuff. And it would be a situation that when I learn, the things I learn from them may not necessarily be something that would reinvest into what I'm currently doing by interacting with other Japanese language learners and their interests. Do I get more viewer interaction when I stream Japanese or Chinese? That's kind of difficult. I do have an answer for you, Iris. So the difficulty part is I do Japanese and Chinese in the same session. And Chinese is always second. So Chinese is always during a specific time of the day, and Japanese is always during a specific time of the day. However, I talked about this earlier, about the pre-selection in Twitch culture. So I stream on Twitch and YouTube. Now, when it comes to the Western culture, there's a high selection for Japanese influence. So I'm gonna generalize this really fast because it's a very, very long, deep topic. I would say you could probably spend 10 hours on in a documentary setting. So there are a few factors to consider. We are on a non-Chinese internet. Non-Chinese internet. So that's a plus for Japanese. I live in the USA. Plus Japanese. I'll let you figure out all these things. You probably could guess on this. I am an ABC. So I am a American-born Chinese. So this is more plus Japanese. I'll let you guess that too. Because I'm Americanized, right? And then it loops with this. And then non-Chinese internet. Also, I'm on Twitch. So, Twitch, plus Japanese culture. And then I'm trying to explain my observations, so I don't want to sound like I haven't considered this very strongly. and very quickly. And YouTube, when it comes to content, it's the non-Chinese internet, and YouTube is not on Chinese internet. Nor is Twitch, by the way. So plus Japanese. So most of the time, I think it's like 9-1 when it comes to Japanese interest. So pretty much everything I do is influenced and favors Japanese. With that said, did I see that results? I do. The vast majority of interactions deal with Japanese and not Chinese. Now, you asked, do I get more viewer interaction when I stream Japanese or Chinese? So now let's not think about interest. So not interest. Not interest based. So maybe I have more viewer interaction when they're not interested in the language, but interested in the conversation, right? Because I don't always learn, like, I don't learn Japanese or learn Chinese when I'm streaming them necessarily. They're about the same length when it comes to that. So many of the Japanese language learners often that stay end up having an interest in Chinese. Or there's a lot of times where people enter because of Chinese, knowing that they're learning Japanese. Right? And then the conversation relating Chinese and Japanese, oftentimes the Japanese is the one where the viewer, is often more competent than I am. Right? So it promotes less interaction. However, because Chinese is related to Japanese, it sparks interest. So their curiosity ends up leading to more interactions while streaming Chinese. If the person was staying after the Japanese session, largely because Chinese is an unknown, but also familiar because of their competence in Japanese. So in the long run, though, the numbers are in favor of Japanese. The opportunities are as well. However, the interactions, the quality of the interactions are higher when I'm streaming Chinese. Largely because there is a high selection for it. So what I mean by high selection is it takes quite a lot of Japanese competence and experience in learning Japanese to develop an interest for Chinese. And those conversations tend to be more in-depth, largely due to the nature of what I mentioned about the italki situation. When I am streaming when I'm streaming Chinese, the people who are interested in Japanese, which I am too, share a mutual understanding that Chinese is interesting, at least interesting, and I'm not teaching Chinese. But the viewer is not teaching Chinese either. And what that ends up being is, it ends up being a shared experience. And what happens is it's more of a let's play experience than a life hacks and top tips and tricks situation. So viewer interaction is unquestionably higher during the quality of viewer interaction, not the quantity, but the quality of viewer interaction during Chinese is higher. Largely due to the nature that both the viewer and my sub were both actively engaged in trying to figure things out because of shared experience. And then not this where I'm teaching something or the viewer is teaching me something. So in Japanese, most of the time, yes, there are far more interactions. And I'm going to put interactions in quotes. Most of the Japanese interactions is someone who is more competent. And they're telling me things. So it's kind of difficult for me to qualify that as an interaction. I'm not contributing anything to the conversation. And when I try to, right, I typically try, it's non-responsive. It's a non-responsive communication. So it's someone coming in, telling me a pro tip because they know more, right? They know more. And then that's it, right? Even if I respond to them, they reinforce what they know, and that's it. When you're experiencing something that is not knowledgeable to both, which happens to be Chinese most of the time, or more likely to be Chinese, like both me and the other person, I don't have a habit of prescribing something because I'm also learning. So then people are mutually learning. And what happens is people interact when you're learning something. You don't interact with your teacher the same way you interact with your classmates. Your classmates are more likely to have more interactions with you than you talking and interacting with your teacher. Your teacher is often viewed as a position of competence, higher competence. So it's a one-way exchange. With a caveat. For me, a PhD in that environment is what I described about the italki situation. This environment, intellectually, you are encouraged to be treating each other as intellectual equals. And that's the environment that I found is the most conducive to exchanging ideas, right? And hence we're going to wrap it back to my initial statement. I try my best to treat the other person. I don't care what their background is, if you're a social engineer or you're a high school student or whatnot, typically I like to treat people as intellectual equals. So if you're asking a question, I'm going to ask a question. If you're telling me something, I'm going to question what you're telling me and then having it to explain to me. If you ask me about my day, I'm going to ask you about your day. I'm going to give you a 30-minute response. I hope you return 30-minute response if you're interested, right? So usually intellectual equals. However, with that said, Japanese, when it comes to Japanese commentary, usually most of the time the viewer thinks they are better. Or they see it as a competition. As in, not that they're being malicious or anything. The viewpoint is that someone knows more and someone is faster and some things are better, some things are worse, some things are slower. It's not a bad or a good thing. The mindsets are not the same. My mindset regarding learning is that it's not a competition. So that leads to less and less interaction, because if someone thinks they're better or more competitive or knows more, then they view the other person as a dependent, a source of help, being kind, and legitimately that changes the dynamics of interaction. Someone's going to be intimidated, right? Someone is going to be intimidated, and then it could lead to defensive approaches. Or it can lead to other things like self-deprecation, which can lead to imposter syndrome. So lots of this stuff comes up when there's an unequal dynamics in exchange. And the reason why I say this is it can still happen between two very competent people. Like if two people are competent in their own right, like two adults, adult experienced adults, when they meet, if they don't know something in the same degree, for example, Japanese, I've encountered this 2 or 3 times now. Those people don't stay around because adults, with the shared experience, there are times when people are emotionally different in the way that if you are more experienced and you can be very, very intellectually inclined, that person may view the other person as I should help this person. I should help this person because I know more, right? And that can create an emotional different problems. And that's occurred a bunch of times already. I've encountered a bunch of people who we all love learning. However, because there's a difference in our competence, it creates a emotional rift between us. One person constantly feels like they need or an urge to help the other person. So they begin to talk at the person for the benefit of their doubt, while the other person, it's funny because this is the topic of this Duolingo, is how to ask for help and how to offer help, right? So there's a big distinction between offering help when someone wants help, or seeing that and seeing someone needs help, but do they want help kind of situation. So with all that put together in a really long-winded answer, there are more viewer interactions during a stream of Japanese. There are higher quality interactions during Chinese. And there might be a selection bias because of the order in which I stream Japanese and Chinese. If I start Chinese first, there is a very possible distinction that this whole thing that I talked about falls apart, because maybe it's people are interested in staying as opposed to something else. But yeah, that's the current situation right now. So much more shenanigans in Chinese that are different from shenanigans in Japanese. In Japanese, I'm digressing in the sense of mental health. I talk about mental health, hyper-competitiveness, objectivity. My topics that I digress on are also different between Japanese and Chinese. Chinese often deals with cultural contrasts. We talk about like interests, different types of interests, cultural norms. And then Japanese is often talking about competence and interpersonal skills and communication skills, because I think the vast majority of people who don't stay for very long or are used to live interactions or something like that, they're actually generally the Japanese language learner, and I'm being general here when it comes to my anecdotal experience. There's a larger population, and it can very well be that there's a lack of Chinese interest, largely due to the nature that if you're interested in Chinese, the non-Chinese internet is probably not the place you want to be, right? So, for example, we were just talking about interacting with natives, like Japanese natives. You have to go to the Chinese internet to more likely encounter native Chinese speakers. There are lots of other places still, for sure. Malaysia, like Chern, speaks Malaysian Chinese, right? I met a Taiwanese person briefly, and I think that person streams. Yes, that person streams, so they're learning English. Interestingly enough, I only met them once. However, it's very limited. Japanese, though, you can bend over backwards and sneeze, and you can probably bump into a Japanese person on like a Japanese enthusiast, if not a paid person who is teaching Japanese. So very, very different. And we have to consider all these things. So the likelihood is, regardless of what I do, like sleep, backflip, do whatever, the odds are there will be more interaction with Japanese than Chinese. And Wukong, Black Myth Wukong did not change that. I just wanted to throw that out there. With that said, though, I am talking to, I use Chinese, like in a setting. So I do conversationally use Chinese. And the Mandarin I'm learning pretty much on a daily basis now. I text in Chinese because there are people that are related in my life that legitimately prefers to type in Chinese and converse in Chinese. So pretty much all my Chinese is nearly effortless now because interactions, invested interactions do promote that. So in no way am I not saying if you can pay for interactions, that can help from a psychological perspective. In a way, the chances of me conversing with a Japanese native would be that Japanese native also has an equivalent interest in interacting with the Chinese American. Going to a teacher who is strictly there to teach me Japanese, rarely will that, in my opinion, from my life experience, will that elevate my understanding of a language. My Chinese is far exceeding my Japanese because there are already people in my life that is mutually interested in my acquisition of a literacy in Chinese and in Mandarin, right? So I do not see that as a source of place to establish a mutually interested party. For me, my investment in people is very high. So that can be a bane if one feels lonely or one feels like they don't have friends or feel like they have social anxiety and whatnot. However, when I'm not speaking Japanese or Chinese, I throw in a little Spanish here and there, and I continue to practice English to this day. I speak like this to other people all the time. So I kind of lie when I say I rest my voice, because the moment the stream ends, I might hop into a V chat and be talking to people again. So yeah. It's a great question. I was gonna do a review about this in the future, like what it's like to stream Japanese and Chinese, because hear me out here. I think there is a safe space and a platform that can be used for language learners of all types. And I actually think with enough examples of how to go about doing it, that anyone who I talk to now may find it socially normative to practice their interpersonal skills while learning a target language, and have that be met with expected, realistic expectations so that they can form a healthy routine practice wherever you go in terms of target language learning. Like, you can stream something that you're passionate about, be invested in that language, and increase your opportunities of people who unconditionally trust you and interact with you. To me, that is something that teaching a language or having an instructor may not necessarily be able to bridge for a lifetime. I understand that you can get a lot of progress when you're instructed, let's take formal education for an instance. How much of that do you retain after the obligation disappears? Like right now, if I start going through the periodic table and ask you to do Avogadro's number to do unit analysis between the conversion of one mole of aluminum to 1 mole of gold, would you know how to do it? Like I'm not even sure if I remember how to do that, and I was a scientist. but that's more of a chemistry thing. However, the idea is that if the life skills you have, if you're treating language learning as a life skill, it is very, very difficult to invest in something and not end up becoming dependent on it because they might not be around. So I totally get that is something that is a problem later. For me, I want to ask myself this, right? And I guess for me, it's the barriers too great for now, right? I prefer to try my chances at 100 random strangers that are learning Japanese than having 1 or 2 people who are very good at Japanese and bending over backwards for their knowledge, because I don't think there's a mutual exchange in investment. Now, it gets better, in my opinion, when you go to a college or a university, because they have to deal with you for 4 years or 5 years, right? And 4 or 5 years is pretty good, I would think. However, classes only last like a semester or a year. However, you're going to be on campus, so you technically have access to that person for more than 1 year or more than 1 session, right? And that kind of bleeds into the whole how good is online interaction and whatnot, or how accessible it is compared to in person. I'm kind of an old hat person, I suppose. Yeah, that, what do you got? Yeah, that makes great sense how you were talking about how my hands shake and the health of people. Well, having a Mexican wife made you want to learn Spanish more, and knowing her grandmother that only speaks Spanish? Absolutely. So hear me out. If you guys have friends, families, loved ones, an opportunity to make friends can lead to a lifetime of language exploration. Buying into or focusing on interest, like achieving a goal, is great to get started. It is rarely maintained. So largely keep that in mind, right? Like, it's a awareness thing. I'm invested. I am incredibly invested in Japanese, Chinese, and Spanish. Chinese is already invested. Now I don't even use English for the most part. When I'm texting someone that speaks Chinese, I don't text in English anymore. Someone I know, and then when I go to like family functions and stuff, rarely do I participate in English anymore. So that's kind of a thing. Japanese, it's probably going to be video games, Japanese, probably. And I'm attached to English language. So before anyone says anything else, like, oh, are you going to do Japanese only streams or Chinese only streams? English is my native language, or one of my native languages, I suppose. And I'm really attached to English too. I think it's worth saying, because there are people who prefer that they would actually give up English for another language. I've met someone like that. They're no longer here because they find that knowing another language is a crutch to knowing the language they desire. And that's kind of not the people that would end up resonating with me. So eventually they tire of me, right? I'm more of an inclusive person. Yes, I would prefer to be mediocre in 4 languages than being an expert in one. It's something that I want to make clear to everyone. Not that I'm not going to try my darndest to be okay in 4 languages, but I think those are the most important languages to me. So finding a friend, finding someone who would stop by, every 2 or 3 months and tell me how far their Spanish is coming along and how far their Japanese is coming along. I think that may supersede, or that's something that I prefer than someone I hire to talk to maybe once in a while until I stop paying them. Food for thought, I suppose. Now, if that person, learning from that person allows you to interact with a friend better, do it. Do it. But right now I don't have any Japanese friends. so that could put a little wrinkle in things. I don't have any personal friends, like really, really strong personal friends who learn and know any language. They're not interested in learning another language. So if you have a friend, if you have any chance that you have a friend or a family member that wants to learn a language, you got to show them how cool it is, right? Go out there, express how cool it is. Record a video or stream yourself showing how much fun you're having. And you might be able to convince them to join you. They don't have to be native speakers to have a lifetime experience. I'm trying to connect with Japanese language learners. Not so much connecting with trying to be something I'm not, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but for the most part, I think a lot of people that I meet, they want to be Japanese. So they're learning Japanese to want to be Japanese. I just want them to be them. And then know that I don't want to be Japanese. I love the Japanese culture for sure. I really enjoy the things they do. But I also like being Chinese, and or partially Chinese, I suppose. And I also like being American. So it is very difficult to interact with a person when they look at you and they say, "Oh, you're a foreigner." Like, "Oh, that's weird. We do it this way. You guys don't do it that way?" Like, well, all of us do different things. You want to talk about it? Because that's interesting. That's probably the interaction I'm looking for, right? So it's very, I haven't found that yet. I haven't found that other than literally interacting with other Americans and other people from Western culture. In the Chinese side of things, I can speak a little bit. I'll speak a little tactfully about this. When it comes to speaking with people who my parents introduced me to, who is like living in China or being very associated with China, the way we speak to each other is very detached, as in the awareness is non-existent of each other. So that is kind of sometimes how I feel when I'm speaking to native Japanese speakers. There is a very remarkable, sometimes a very felt disinterest in exchanging cultures or having a mutual identifiable interest that bridge cultures. It's largely what originally characterizes the Japanese culture and the Chinese culture, right? The interest is often not mutual. It's often extreme from one end. So while you could be very enthusiastic about someone else's culture, the reality and the consistent reality is there is a high chance that person at the other end does not share the same mutual interest in your culture, and you can be fine with that if you're someone who wants to be part of their culture as opposed to sharing your culture with them, right? So I think that's really, really one of the core important things about viewer interaction. Going back to your original question, viewer interaction and streamer viewer interaction. In fact, if I interact with someone for a very long time, I'm more likely to be the viewer as well, and they're the streamer. So because we take turns, we are mutually interested in each other. I find that the most important people in my life and the most consistent people in my life, we interact on a level that isn't dependent on a common interest. Like a common interest that is fleeting, as in it's an exchange of service. So for me, I tend to make that a very prominent part of my argument. I want to interact with people for the sole sake of keeping them with me. I invest in people, seeing if we can share an experience together. We are invested in a vision or something, right? Something that is mutually conducive to encouraging each other to be around each other. And professionally, ironically, it would be unprofessional for a teacher to have that type of relationship with a student, largely due to the gap in competence. So naturally, I feel the most interesting people that have come to stay for a year or two tend to be people that are okay with me like treating them like I would treat myself, kind of thing, intellectual equal thing, because I can be overbearing. Like this whole explainer is overbearing. So if you stuck that out, then I can only imagine how serious you are about trusting other people, right? A person who is unlikely to betray your trust is probably someone you can betray even worse. So that's a thing about trust. When you invest in someone, the person who initiates has the most to lose, right? However, the good thing about that is if you're giving what you're not afraid to lose, right? I'm going to quote Hitchcock's Psycho in the beginning. I offer and carry around things I can afford to lose. And one of the things I can afford to lose is the sense of trust. So I offer trust because I'm not afraid to lose it, or at the moment, right? And you have to build yourself up for that. Needing a money contract, that's a relatively flimsy contract. And then also being good at Japanese, for example, it's a flimsy contract to build a friendship. So if someone prioritizes like, oh yeah, how long did it take you to do this? Oh, it took me this long. Oh, it took me this long. And that's about the level of interaction you have. Probably that's less of an interaction, but more of a commentary. And I described like a bunch of the Japanese interaction. I think Chinese is weirdly in a different direction. Anyways, thanks for asking. I'm totally over time, but we'll skip the kanji review. I love talking about this, by the way, and hopefully I'm not prescribing anything. I think these are things that are worth taking into account when you're making friends, right? Investing in people. You got to know where your priorities lie and what you're looking for, and then what they're looking for, and whatnot. So still not many people are interested in Chinese, largely because Chinese tends to be not here, right? If you're interested in a greater answer, a deep dive, the great Firewall. The Great Firewall is something that might be worth looking into about Chinese exposure. And it's a tough one because this is going to sound a little sappy. My parents, right, are Chinese immigrants in the United States, right? And I am a second generation Chinese American. It is very difficult to be coming from a country that is isolationism, or like an isolationist country. So as much as I really, really would love to explore the Chinese culture from a foreigner perspective, I think my connection with Chinese people, even with the better interaction and all that stuff, it pales, it holds so insignificantly to the number and enthusiasm of people who are interested in the Japanese culture, largely due to like the geopolitical situation between Americans and Chinese people, mainland Chinese people. So kind of a tough situation, right? What year did they come over? You usually take my age, and I think it's at 4 years. So they came over 41 years ago. Something like that. Over 40 years ago. I think I was like 4 or 5 years. I was born 4 or 5 years after they settled in the United States. Yeah, I've been connecting with my father from time to time on these questions recently. I obviously, as a kid growing up in the United States, I was not so much concerned. Yeah, so 1983 sounds about right. Yeah, 4 years before I was born. Yeah, something like that. I would love to see China and the United States have some sort of amicable and like open channel of interaction. But generally speaking, it is difficult to overlook. It's difficult to have these openness when you have a governing body that is incredibly pro-isolationist, right? It's tough. Like, what do you do? Like, can't really do anything about that. So Japanese have pretty much stolen my heart since when I was 5, right? That wall was still up even. That wall was up well before I was born. When it comes to like the isolationism, it was certainly more open pre-internet. Well, it wasn't really, because then you couldn't find any information pre-internet.
今週、作文を書かなくてもいいです。
So I technically know more about China than I did before the internet, right? Outside of what my parents know or what my parents share with me.
彼女に手紙を書かなくてもいいです。
It's interesting. I'm genuinely curious what other people feel in relation to their heritages. I think for the most part, a good majority of the target language learners tend to be people who are from, well, it kind of makes sense, people from a more open, westernized environment. So there is no like strong selection against in isolation, right? Isolation. Although, again, one of the people that I don't interact with anymore, or actually they just mutually left. They basically ghosted me, right? Over time, having even spent months and months of discussions and whatnot, they ghosted me largely due to the one of them was due to the bias they had. Basically, they find that they wanted to switch cultures, like exclusively. So that's kind of how that works out. I think Japan has a beautiful, lovely culture. However, I also find that the United States have a beautiful and lovely culture. And I say the same for China if I knew more, largely. And let's throw in Central American too. The Latino culture is quite beautiful. Also, some of the media, right? The United States media are heavily influenced in Hispanic culture. So it gives me a lot of lens into that. Your great-great-grandfather came over to the United States in the 1940s from Germany. I don't want to, like, hear me out. We can be a little tactful here. Your great-great-grandfather didn't happen to also be like a refugee situation or something like that, right? Because 1940s. Is it late 1940s? Because boy, those are some... That's a very specific time in world history, especially between the United States and Germany. 彼女に手紙を書かなくてもいいです。Okay. Towards, yes. So, you do not need to write a letter to her. Okay. Okay.
難しい本を読まなくてもいいです。
Okay, yes, late 40s. So a little bit out, sometime after World War II. Wow, what a life. I don't have any existing grandparents, so and even great grandparents for that matter. For those who actually, I think I had a few acquaintances who had great grandparents at the time. But yeah, no, what a time to be living in, a non-peace time. 難しい本の読ま? Oh yeah, that's right. Okay, so this is definitely a form. So we're gonna have to write this somewhere. And I'll do my homework. Right. This is for homework. 読まなくて. Okay. He was not a Nazi. That's fair enough. Well, we'll say that with quotes, right? Let's be very careful. You just have to put that out there to not look bad. That's understandable. We are not and then let's make sure we're being fair here. We are also not of that generation. Hopefully. Right? Peaceful thoughts. Wishing for mutual coexistence. Try for mutual coexistence. 難しい本の読まなくてもいいです。How to read difficult books. Okay, that's fair.
そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。そんな
本
は読ま
なくて
なくても
も
いいです。そんな本は読まなくてもいいです。
So interesting. Such an interesting phrasing.
今日は学校に行かなくてもいいです。
Your dad told you he was just a kind old woodworker that made toys. Your great-grandfather was Santa Claus? What the heck, Loki? Way to hold out on me. I didn't know your parents. Is your father the current Claus? I'm kidding. But a woodworker that makes toys. I was gonna make a Geppetto joke, but Geppetto is Geppetto supposed to be Italian? I don't know, but I was gonna make some Disney references. A woodworker that makes toys. I don't have any family members that make like. I don't think I have any family members that are craftsmen, so that sounds like a really wholesome pursuit. Making toys, bringing smiles to kids. You know, it takes a lot of kind. It certainly takes a kind soul to want to do that. 今日は学校に行かなくてもいいです。Okay, you not have to go to school. 今日は
そんなものは買わなくてもいいです。
そんなもの。そんなものは、what do I mono is in that manner? そんなものは、oh, ooh, yeah, ooh becomes wa, yeah. 買わなくてもいいです。Okay, we're just conjugating this. I was not expecting this unit to be a grammar unit, but it looks like sorta negating the kunaide, like a kunaide situation, like a association with kunaide situation is happening here. Not really negating it, because kunaide isn't negative, like don't do something. This is suggesting more of a possibility. You don't have to do something. Have to, you do. People stereotype German as mean people who hate everything. I can see that to some extent. I can see that people do that. Intriguing. That is certainly something that the internet probably has changed quite dramatically lately, largely due to representation. But I could see that. I think nowadays the going stereotype is Germans are incredibly punctual. They really like their particularities. They enjoy their breads. A lot of breads. Sorry, I'm thinking about a lot of skits right now. But I think due to the popularity of very specific German representation, I think at least in the social space of the internet, I think those stereotypes are either drowned or superseded by other types of stereotypes nowadays. Times certainly change quite rapidly online. Hear me out. That's not including people who aren't online all the time, right? So outside, I could still, that's what I mean by I could still imagine people stereotype Germans as such nature. What's a stereotype that is kind of like that? Chinese still has that stereotype about unfeeling or being suppressive. And I probably think that's still actually true. I would never know because of the isolationism in China. However, for me, it was true. It was true up to a certain point. But growing up in the United States kind of changed that. It wouldn't be that much of a competition if I would say I'm the sappiest member of my family. Like what I mean is of my extended family. I'm probably one of the sappier ones. My first cousins are probably fairly sappy due to the nature of exposure to American culture, for better or for worse. One could actually sometimes that could be viewed as particularly soft for someone with Asian parents, and I don't mind that. I don't mind that. It took a while though. It took a while for me not to sound like I'm everything I talk about is life and death. I mean, it still kind of sounds like I take things very seriously. However, not in the sense of foreboding seriousness, right? And the biggest irony here is the rise of Japanese culture, right? The rise of Japanese culture, I think that got exaggerated. So enthusiasts and like people who are very interested in Japanese culture might have ended up inheriting that extreme kind of stereotype. And what I mean by that is the extremist behavior that's forwarded by behavioral normalization on YouTube algorithm and whatnot kind of unintentionally coincided with a culture that is incredibly high standard. I would say stereotypically considered high standard. So that kind of exudes, it gets projected very, very noticeably in my interactions with very, very passionate Japanese language learners. If not anime fans, if not manga fans, or OS players, or a lot of things that deal with the Japanese culture gets exacerbated and compounded by the stereotype. And the stereotype still exists now because I still think it's actually relatively true for the most part. Like, for example, the Japanese work ethic, right? The irony here is it's kind of a double standard on what constitutes as work ethic. And in the Chinese culture, it was still that's still a common stereotype, right? My mother was incredibly stringent, right? She pushed. My father was a high standard person, and I worked my butt off to do the one thing that is very hard to communicate with people. I would do anything to make my parents proud. So sometimes I think there's an empathy loss when it comes to how what that means, and we talk about it from time to time here, usually during the Chinese stream when we talk about the Chinese culture. I kind of occasionally share it because it relates to Japanese based culture. Like maybe I'll say this loosely. I have no reservations on making marriage work. and raising a family, because there's such a great honor and duty to my folks. That's like one of the bigger motivations. So it would be something that is very difficult to empathize growing up in the United States. So, and the thing is, it's both. My parents asked for grandkids. They've been asking for grandkids since I was 20. Actually, not really. They wanted me to become a famous doctor, making 6 figures, having my own house at the age of 24, and then start a family then. So they've been asking since like 25. And they do it the classical way. What do they think about adoption? Without saying too much, keep it in the family. No, I'm just kidding. I don't know. Didn't ask them about adoption. That hasn't crossed their mind. That's probably a great example. They don't. That would be probably a way to illustrate the difference between growing up in one culture and growing up in 2 cultures. My parents probably haven't ever even thought about adoption. In a way, I haven't thought about any of that either. Am I their only son? Oh yes, I'm their only son. I'm also their oldest child. Yep. I'm the oldest and only son. Don't not have to. Do not have to buy stuff? That stuff? Oh. Oh, something like that. I see. I forgot buy. Yeah, it's interesting. I don't want to spoil anything. We'll see what the next 3 or 4 years. 3 or 4 years. If there's anything, I'm pretty good at trying. And it took a very long time before I started trying. So, we'll see. Perhaps one day I'll have someone who meets eye to eye and we can talk about what it's like to live with someone who constantly has to think seriously about things. I'll let the hypothetical other person speak for themselves in the future. For full transparency, I don't think I have been interested or committed to seeking partnership and or companionship like initially, right? We have to, let's not skip steps here. Seek partnership or companionship since 4 years ago, 4 or 5 years ago. So it hasn't been that long. I was not exaggerating when I was talking about being incredibly focused and driven on working, right? It is the very nature of Chinese. So am I asexual? No, not particularly. I don't think I am. Maybe. That'd be an interesting thought. I wouldn't know yet. Didn't even try. Perhaps in the near future. You'll have to buy something like that.
毎日新聞を読まなくてもいい
I
です
do know what that means. And I can't tell you for sure. That's an interesting thing. Is that something close? Is that something you have some first-hand experience? Not everyone uses that term too often. What I mean is, it was very casually asked, so I imagine then there's some sort of meaning behind that question. I see. Yeah, for the most stringent and strict definition, the answer is no. The answer is no. However, I think it's more a spectral thing, a spectrum thing. 毎日新聞の読まなくてもいいです。Yeah. So, when you say little or no, like, you don't have to explain it to me. I already said I understand what it is. It's a spectrum. So what I mean by that is you don't really know what little is or no is to another person. So with the strictest definition, the answer is no. I am not. However, one's obligation and duties to many other things, like intellectually, can suppress all of that. And what I mean by that is there is a likelihood that my obligations to a lot of different things may make it seem like that part is not important. So we don't know yet. It's difficult to know if you didn't expose yourself to it or had like incentive or anything like that. And then there are other things that would say no, probably. Let's see. You do not need to read the newspaper every day? Nonsense. This is the rite of passage, guys. The rite of passage to becoming an old fart. When you find you need to read the newspaper every day. I totally do. I mean, like, not the literal newspaper, but... You feel me, guys? You feel me? You do not have to read the newspaper every day. The rite of passage becoming a stable boomer. Find it that the world doesn't immediately end when you go reach for the newspaper every morning. You know what I mean. And you know what I mean, for those who understand, I suppose. You still get the newspaper at the door? Oh, that's some proper newspaper reading. Yeah, we haven't gotten a thing of that sort. I think it stopped sometime. It might have stopped sometime 10 years ago. Something like that.
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。
あんなコートを買わなくてもいいです。Buy a coat. You do not have to write this letter.
手紙
Or do you?
この
この手紙を書かなくもいいです。
書か
書かなく
も
or
て
書かなくても
いい。
いいです。
です。
Wait.
て、
Uh-oh. No, no, no. This is fine. You don't have to buy a coat like that. Let's just work this in.
コート。を、
買わな
な
く
て
ても
もいいです。
Oh,
あんな。
あんな。ね? Ne. Not have to go to the library. Yeah, we're just practicing this grammar point. Oh, your small town still puts out the newspaper? Oh, they still put out the paper, huh? It's been so long, I don't even know what the local newspaper is called here. I could venture a guess, but nah, yeah, it's been that long. I run like every day, and at some point, the running, I don't see newspapers anymore. So I am in a retirement state though. So there are a bunch of old yippity doos, but as far as I know, when I run across the times, either they're very good at picking up the newspaper, or I do not see newspaper anymore on their lawns. Right? Get off my lawn, kids, kind of situation. But yeah, good old Americana suburbia. So I do not have to go to the library.
図書館。
図書館に行かなくても
なっても
いいですか?
でか。
Do I not have to go to the library? Okay. Alright. Oh my gosh, it's after midnight. Oh no! Wait, what's happening? Why did it just dim into darkness all of a sudden? Oh, okay. You know what? Let's practice. I think we can. Okay, never mind. Nah, we'll do the. Maybe we won't do the review lesson. We'll do the 5, and then switch. Let's check on these characters. This is Itsu. No. Hatsuon, right?
発音。
発音。
Are you serious? That's the stroke order.
発音。
I don't want to talk about it.
発音
What?
発音。発音。
I was gonna make this stroke first.
発音。
Interesting.
発音
発音。
It does feel
発
better.
音。
発音。
222.
発音
This was not the
Hatsuon.
story. I did prep a story for today
Hatsuon.
too. That's also one thing I do. But I haven't
発音。
talked about the story I prepped for today. I think we're gonna shelve it because getting really late. We also have our Chinese lesson, and we have to do our mnemonics for this lesson, or our construct for this lesson. What the heck were you? Itsu, right? Hitsuyo. Hitsuyo. Yo.
3匹
Whoops.
必要
必要
Yo. Oh, the Japanese stroke
必
order.
要
必要。
必要
必要
必要。
必要。
必要
I'm not sure if you're familiar with Japanese and Chinese, Loki, but
必要
when you're writing Chinese and Japanese, Chinese and Japanese share the same characters, like kanji and hanzi,
必
but
要。
hanzi, but their stroke orders can change, and this is one of the characters that the stroke order changes between Chinese and Japanese. So that's why I'm like kind of reacting that way. It's kind of a joke, sort of like lighthearted thing. It doesn't end the world if you don't write it in a specific stroke order, but it's still kind of funny that they're different.
必要。
必要。
It's literally the same character but written in a different
必
order.
要
必要必要
This one's fine.
必要。
Oops. Unless you're like me and forgot.
必要
必要
你还在something something. Oh, is that streaming? Is that how you write streaming?
必要。
必要。
必要
Something. What's the second thing? No, I don't know what that is either.
必要必要
Okay. 直播. Oh, 直播. Okay, the 直 is fine, but 播, I don't know what 播 is. 直播.
必要。
Constant broadcast linking to a previous. That's a funny way to describe to like the tone too.
必要
I guess you can. A constant straight rise. You don't mind me using words you don't know, right? Yeah, that's fine. I'm actually, is that really how they describe tone 2? Zubo. Zubo. It's not quite constant straight rise, but
発音
not quite. Oh, wait. Are you... No, I haven't. Yeah, we're having a lot of chats about real life stuff. Matsuyo. Oh, Hatsuon. Whoops.
発音
And that's what happens when you get
発音
distracted. Yeah, you know a little bit of Japanese because your older sister moved there? Oh, my younger sister
発音
is currently
発音。
in Japanese.
発音
Hatsuon wa yozu. Oh, is that ore again? Ore no Hatsuo wa jouzu. I don't know how to say overrated. I was gonna make a joke.
発音
I was like, I was gonna say something like, Hatsuon, like 上手に発音は overrated.
発音。
発音。
が overrated. Yes. Very politely. Politely but passive aggressively say overrated.
発音。
You typed Heta? Oh, sorry, Heta. Oh, you're saying you have bad things. No. I'm not talking about that. Sorry. Never mind. I don't think you like I jumped over I leaped over a step. I leaped over a step. You were saying your pronunciation is bad, but I was saying I wanted to make a joke about being good at pronunciation being overrated. Because you said your pronunciation is bad. Because it's heavily weighted that you want good pronunciation by saying your pronunciation is bad. But I don't know how to say overrated. Sorry, I got a Hatsuon. I recently got the structure where you use heta ni or jozu ni. So I was practicing saying jozu ni something instead of putting it as a modifier for what you are. I think that's okay. Duolingo did it a couple times, so I was like, might as well use that structure. How does one say? Oh, maybe it's like how do you say over? So in excess. I'm pretty sure I said excess before, right? No, I think I'm thinking Chinese. How do you say something that it's too much of something? We always have katakana and make your own words like Oba de oh man, Oba de yeah, true. I'm joking, of course. It's nice to want to have great pronunciation. I leaped over the logic because I feel like a lot of people say their pronunciation, they go out of their way to say their pronunciation is bad because there's a incredible high standard for pronunciation in Japanese. Oh, Sugiru. Oh yeah, that's right. I have Sugiru. So rated? I don't know how to say rated either. It's more of a quality of life thing.
必要
Kind of joking at the same time. Hitsuyo. I want to have immaculate pronunciation. What does that sound like?
必要。
I don't even know what that sounds like. You know what I would like to sound like?
必要
This is a joke, guys. Don't. Hopefully not too serious.
必要
I want to sound
必要
like that one dude that the internet raves about.
必要
The seiyu. The seiyu that sounds like an incredible, sultry,
必要。
like smoldering voice.
必要。
But unfortunately I can't do that because of the tenor of my voice. My voice is very, very whiny. But I wouldn't mind sounding like a or something like what do they say? You know, like you would just soul this guy. I can't do it. My voice doesn't work that way. And it's already worn down from today. Ooh. Maybe? I can kind of see that. Overrated. I can kind of see that. The one thing she tells me that working there in Japan that there is some long weeks of work. Oh, I can imagine. Jackie Chan. No. The Seiyu is let's see. Most popular Seiyu male. One of the most recognizable. I think his name is. Okay, I just need a picture. Let's look. It's not Mamoru Miyano. Oh, it might be Tatsuhisa Suzuki though. No, that's no, that's not it. I need some pictures. Wait. Okay, I got some pictures. No, not Yuichi Nakamura. Oh, what is his name? He's in a lot of anime. So, unfortunately, I don't know. I don't remember his name. Yeah, it's this like he plays all the cool characters. I don't mind being able to impersonate someone like that, probably. Oh, it might be Yuki Kaiji. It could be Yuki Kaiji. Although, you know what? I wouldn't be I can't overlook Matt Mercer, right? Like let's just have to. You know what though? Stephen Bloom though. Steve Bloom? Is that how you say his name? But Matt Mercer. Oh, we're gonna hear a lot of Matt Mercer in February. Just a warning, guys. We're gonna hear a lot of Matt Mercer in February because he's the voice of Majima in the English Like a Dragon. So yeah, Matt Mercer starring as Majima. Although the Japanese Majima is fantastic as well, obviously. Before Matt Mercer was cast as Majima in Like a Dragon 7. We'll talk about voice acting in the future. For sure. When we're back to playing video games.
必要
Yo. 必要 and 発音
発音
Oh, okay, and also, not a competition. However, let's stick with who do you like more? Like more and more, as opposed to comparing someone you like with someone you dislike. So, well, I'll leave it at that. So, I'm kind of like in the mood, right? In the mood. So, one day it's gonna be, oh yeah, I love this voice, and then another day it's like, oh, this voice is great too. Not in comparison with each other, just the idea that these are really great voice actors. You should watch, like, highly recommend it to sample their stuff. I think Japanese male voice actors are, if not very, very consistent with in the roles of that type of archetype. Yo. What? N? Oh. I don't remember the read anymore. Register mail.
変更
Henko. Ah, it was call. Oh, no, it's not. It's change. Henko. And then ki. Ne? Ki. Oh my gosh, I don't remember the male unit at all. It's fine. This, but Kiru? You can't be Kiru.
書き留め
Akitome. Oh, he is not. The key is not there, and the me is not. Akitome. Dang. Oh, okay. Anyways, so you're a fan of voice acting? I'm a fan of acting in general. Yeah, I consume a lot of media. Acting, the voice, the tenor, the execution. I mean, I like languages, so kind of difficult. And I guess do I use the word fan? I'm intrigued. I'm very invested in voice acting. Voice acting proliferates game design a lot, so I consume a lot of video games, and oftentimes, one of the very noticeable distinctions between Japanese production and Western production, right? English production in English and production in Japanese, one becomes very entranced by, or be, at least in my opinion, infatuated with how the languages and their culture behind the languages kind of promote a nuance that defies under comprehension of the actual literal language. So one thing that's very particular about voice acting when it comes to appreciation for language is that I'm going through the process of redefining my perceptions of voice acting in Japanese, right? And it's going through a metamorphosis, like my fascination and passion for the English language, how English is manipulated in a manner that portrays specific types of archetypes and whatnot. And I can assure you, at least for myself, there are quite a Mariana Trench's worth of depth between the differentiating factors and occasional similarities between the portrayal of archetypes in video games, at least, and like anime and whatnot, when it comes to having multiple language cast, right? An English cast and a Japanese cast. And in video games, Sega and RGG Studios have demonstrated that it's a gold standard to trying to convince someone. Mind you, it's my go-to example for the time being, that when you hear and you allow voice actors to channel their specialty, like you have an investment in voice acting that is eclectic, as I'm giving the reins to an American cast, American English cast, they're largely American English speakers, and a Chinese cast, and you allow the flexibility of the technology of rigging in video games to have a narrative-driven video game that is in the contemporary cultural state to be wonderfully enjoyed with a different experience with two different languages. That was such an over esoteric and wordy sentence, but my admiration for studios who and publishers who invest in trying to maintain multiple cast in multiple languages for a video game these days, that is a exercise in diminished return. And I really appreciate Sega and the people at RGG Studios. I can't be more of a fan of Sega and RGG's pursuit for language, because most of the time I'm pretty sure Sega and the developers at RGG Studios pretty much knows that the moment they decided, hey guys, we're gonna hire an English voice cast, which also includes Matt Mercer, by the way, and not even in a primary role for the start, right? Things like that. no one would care because they're gonna say, you know, for all our fans overseas who you're making the English dub for anyways, we'll say like, no, Japanese is best. Stop spending money on creating an English voice cast because no one cares. That kind of thing. That happens a lot. And I'm being very generous because that's not the animosity that is so apparent on the internet. However, with that said, I would still think it's a minority voice because those minority voices are very loud and passionate. However, one cannot discount how often and how tenuously empathetic and emotional it can be to see your characters also speak in a language you can, you know, create even more intimate contact with. Now the question is, does the quality live up to its dubbing? And yeah, hands down, probably Like a Dragon. Other studios are doing really well too, and we're specifically focusing on Japanese publishers and Japanese developers. Final Fantasy, right? Final Fantasy 7, the trilogy, Persona, for English and Japanese. Now here's the thing, right? Then I almost feel like this is not what Sega did or what the developers did. My thought was, they're like, oh yeah, you know what? We wanted to present such a awesome contemporary culture quality for English and Japanese inclusion, right? English inclusion into our Japanese game that deals with an international cast. And my thought was, oh, that's so cheeky if there was some motivation in this. They're looking at their colleagues and saying like, oh yeah, Final Fantasy, arguably an incredible English cast that rivals the Japanese cast, right? But in a different sense, right? And then these games are coming out, and all I could think about is when they released Like a Dragon 8 this year, which I played, and they're like, no, we can't let that happen. Let's up the ante and add a Chinese cast to our game. Sold. And I have yet to hear the Chinese cast because then I entered a whole year of language learning in order to get closer to the language. So before February rolls around, we're going to play the last 2 playthroughs of my Like a Dragon 8 compilation, which is to play the game, the main story quest in Chinese to get familiar with the Chinese cast that they have, and then end with the Japanese cast. All in time for the new Like a Dragon game, which is also dubbed in 3 languages still. So they not only did not abandon, I was kind of skeptical that they would potentially abandon one of the casts because of cost, right? Cost and interest. However, it's so awesome. Like, do Spanish. I know that's a selfish request, but if they do Spanish, which is a large market, by the way, Spanish is a large market, or even Hindi, I might even learn Hindi. I don't know. But the idea is, oh my gosh, I can enjoy hearing, reading, and I can't even emphasize the level of detail that they painstakingly, in my opinion, I really appreciate how they try to capture Americana English in both texts. When Japanese was the only language, the only audio language, they still made great strides in attempt to contemporize the feeling and stuff of English, the English texts, the Americanized English texts. So I wouldn't have ever thought in this day and age, and that sounds crazy to say, this day and age where a video game dubs their game that is set in contemporary time, because it creates this incredible expectation that when you write characters for a game that takes in contemporary time, people around the world and the internet has an intrinsic intuition about what that sounds like. Like in Final Fantasy, that's fine. Like for example, Final Fantasy 16, everyone sounded like old English characters because it's feudal. It's a Western fantasy. So most of them have semi-old English and British accents, right? That type of expectation is characteristic. But now what that team has to do is they have to get a cast of characters that sound like today. Like a Dragon games take place today in the current year. So getting representation of that and still not have like get red flagged and blacklisted or like get hate comments and like really a resounding like terrible PR is incredible. It's an incredible feat, and I hope they continue to do that, because I personally, as someone who do speak multiple languages, it is a disclaimer, I do speak multiple languages, but not the ones that I'm learning right now. I don't consider myself someone who speaks Japanese or Mandarin. I do speak multiple languages though. That is awesome, especially speaking part, right? Because it's not the literacy part. The literacy part, that's on me. That's my problem. So I can't wait to read as well. However, I can't wait to hear the Chinese cast. Because you have seen some anime shows that take away the English sub, like an old anime, and I watched it. It was called Monster. Yes, the German anime. Yeah. And what I mean by the German anime, I don't mean Germans made that anime, but Monster is a very classic series and it takes place in Germany. It's one of the few that takes place, a very well-established source material that takes place outside of Japan. Yeah. And they took away the English dub? Weird. I actually want to see Monster cast in German. Honestly, like, I think I don't know if there was a German dub of Monster. That's a great example. That's a great example. But anyways, enough fanboying, right? You guys will hear me say, if you're around, you'll probably hear me say all of this in February. February is not that far away now. It's within. It's 2 months and like 13 days away before Yakuza Pirate Yakuza comes out. And before then, we're playing Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth. So I'm prepping all of this soon. You know, it's like a 1 or 2 day affair. Not that long. Okay, maybe like 3 days for one playthrough and then 3 days. If you look it up, there's an English cast, but the dub is gone. Oh, really? Is it because of QC? Quality control problems? Like there was a lot of backlash, so they decided to remove it in order to appease the quality, like the PR. Quite a lot of times dubs are removed because of poor reflection of QC. And that's kind of what I'm talking about though. Like for example, it's a big stereotype that voice acting is like English voice acting just sounds bad. Right? Hear me out. I don't know if anyone has watched a Pixar film in Japanese while they are multilingual. Right? So that's kind of what I'm doing right now. Right now, since Disney or Disney Pixar, tend to have most of their movies dubbed in multiple languages because they're international. They're available internationally. I've been having the opportunity to try to see how much I can appreciate, right, the nuances of Pixar thing. Now here's the rose color goggles situation, right? Now the role is reversed. Now you have a English production, an American production, and it's being localized to Japanese. So the question is, does it also hit different? And I sincerely mean hit different. I'm not saying it's better or worse, because my lens, in my opinion, is very different from others. It's always a competition. Like, why watch it in Japanese? Why watch it in English if Japanese is better? My answer is because they hit different. Are you looking to draw similarities, or are you looking to have two different experiences? And honestly, that's where it's at when it comes to video games. I really like the Like a Dragon series, so I sure as heck would welcome a Spanish. Ooh, I don't even know what a Spanish one sounds like. You know what? Some of the characters, I mean, some of the characters are practically Hispanic already. In fact, the character that was cast as one of the villains, actually a whole set of the quote-unquote villains, the fictional villains that was in the most recent game, can very well be quote-unquote, and I don't want to perpetuate some stereotypes here, but they had the essence of the Hispanic perception, right? And I know that can be a political thing and whatnot, but the actors, especially one of the characters, the likeness is actually a Hispanic person, I'm pretty sure. So it's really cool, and we have to keep it within the confines of a video game, right? The game has an incredibly eclectic international appeal, and it's very, I would feel it's very brave for a game like that to still exist. Like constantly, like I can't even imagine what GTA 6 is going to feel like when it comes out, because GTA 6, the good news is it takes place in the United States, so like the desensitization of that type of thing, that's perfectly fine. And oftentimes I guess GTA 6 is probably banned in other in places. I don't know, but the thing is, it's very, very difficult, in my opinion, for a Japanese publisher or company to want to branch out to Western locations or Western depictions, largely due to the cultural standards and problems that may be seen from a foreigner's lens in Japan. And it's so wonderful, in my opinion, at the expense. So I really appreciate the risk that developers are taking on portraying a foreigner's perspective of other things. Like shout outs to CDPR for doing Phantom Liberties, the DLC to Cyberpunk 2077. I still haven't played it, but that is for all intents and purposes, a Polish influence perception. Granted, it is in a fictional setting, right? A sci-fi setting that gives a little bit of leeway or liberties, right, in portraying Phantom Liberty. It's dealing with the president of the new United States, right? Quote unquote, the new United States. Because for all intents and purposes, lots of the location and the culture and stuff and the actual source material is Americanized. So that's really cool because you kind of get to know where the quote unquote stereotypes and depictions are, that kind of thing. However, it can introduce a lot of backlash. Like, for example, when people were surprised that most of the characters in The Witcher are fair-skinned. because it's a Polish book series and the developers are Polish, and so that those kind of things can get very hairy, right? And here comes Sega and RGG is like, nah. Hold our beer. We're gonna have a cast of character that includes Koreans. Man, I can't even say this so often. Koreans, Koreans, many several forms of Asian Americans, Japanese, of course, and Chinese in their cast, while feeling like, all right, well, let's throw in some Hispanic flares, and then let's throw in several Pacific Islander stuff. And my only thought is, next major series, California? But that sounds like a really crazy. I don't know if that's gonna happen. The moment I think about California is the moment I start thinking, ooh, so they're gonna have to redefine the GTA standard, right? They're encroaching upon Rockstar Games and their approach. Oftentimes the Like a Dragon takes a more slice of life approach, right? As opposed to the hyper aggressive crime video gamey stuff. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm not the biggest Rockstar fan, and not because I don't like them or something. I lack experience with Rockstar games. But I heard wonderful things. Rockstar game, they know what they are doing. And I grew up in a specific part of the United States that also includes Liberty City, right? GTA did technically take place in a fictional New York City. So, yeah. You have for the English Liam O'Brien, Dr. Kenzo Tenma. Oh, yeah. Oh, that's actually a great choice. Liam O'Brien for Kenzo. It's hard for me to remember what he sounds like now, though. It's been like over 9 years since I've heard the Japanese voice of Tenmo. Yeah, I'm not quite sure if I remember. It's yeah, I think it's fun.
発音
Okay, let's get back. Did someone give me super again? Huh.
必要
Who is it? Who's the fess up? Who's the guy? Are you in chat right now? Who's the guy that super me up again? Wow. Thank you, anonymous person. Well, actually, I can probably find out. I just noticed that in the last 2 prompts. Matsuyo?
必要
Hitsuyo. Oh my gosh.
一緒
Isho.
発音
Okay.
発音
Yeah, sorry. My voice is giving out. Kind of tough right now.
必要発音発音
Midori.
緑色
Kobutsu. No, Kobutsu.
鉱物
Kobutsu. Hatsuon.
発音
Hatsuon.
必要
What was this? Kakitome.
書き留め
必要、要、
灰色。
灰色
灰色。発音。
発音
掃除。
掃除
洗濯
洗濯
必要
必要
What am I drinking? It's 3 parts Everclear and 2 parts Absolute. I'm kidding. I'm drinking water. It's drink responsibly. Okay. It's water. Unfortunately, water doesn't really do much for doesn't do much for me. What the heck? Go on.
3
あ
3初
発音
時々
時々
必要
必要
書き留め
ごめん
発音
発音紫色
紫色
Alright, let's just get back. Let's get back. One lesson, and we'll do the review to the following day.
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
優しい Wait.
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
優しい優しく Wait, what? Yeah. Oh, I haven't gotten Yasashi yet. I didn't realize I haven't gotten Yasashi. Oh, you are too dense. Okay. This is the last character. So, もう少しは、優しくしてよ。優しくしてよ。
もう少しは優しくしてよ。
優しくしてよ。That's all I showing. I feel like I'm starting to go back to Chinese after all the shing. The showing. 少しして。So what is this thing? Okay, してする優しく優しくして be nice be a little bit nicer you know you wait yo be a little nicer oh you be no oh won't no what oh won't you wait no what the okay English is kicking what I swear this is all I have. Be a little nicer. Won't you? Oh, just won't you at the end is what they're doing for yo. Be a little nicer, won't you? Oh my gosh, that's I don't know how I feel about that. I don't know how I feel about that one.
配達してもらえませんか?
もらえませんか? Oh, we're doing potential form as well for もらう right? もらう would that convert to もらえ? Yes. もらえませんか? What the? That's delivery, but I don't remember. Tatsu. Something tatsu.
配達してもらえませんか？
配達。配達して。Okay, so 配達する。That's to deliver. 配達してもらえませんか? Did you receive the delivery? Or could you... Oh, wait. And then this is for offering. So could you deliver it? Could you deliver it? Alright.
あの人は誰か知っていますか？
あの人は誰か知っていますか？あの人は誰かright? 誰か知っていますか? Do you know that adult? That person over there? Do you know that person over there? Do you know that person? That person? Do you know... Oh, who that person is? 誰が Who that person is?
図書館はどこか知っていますか?
Do you know where the library is?
図書館。
図書館。図書館はどこか知っていますか? Yeah, do you know where the library is? Oh, this is a really... Oh. We're graduating. We're graduating from where is the library to do you know where the library is? That's kind of cool. That's neat. Because you could get away with like 図書館はどこですか? Right? Where's the library? But now we graduated. 図書館はどこか even included どこか知っていますか? Interesting.
電話を貸してもらえませんか?
電話をthat's 貸して No, 貸して
電話を貸してもらえませんか?
もらえそう電話を貸してもらえませんか? Could you give me a call? Could you let me borrow? Could you lend me your phone? Yes. Could you lend me?
彼女は優しい人だと思いました。
彼女は優しい人だと。思いました。
彼女は優しい人だと思いました。
思いました。彼女は優しい人だと思いました。I thought that he was a fine person.
それで先生は何を言いましたか?
それで Oh my goodness. I think this unit is gonna kick my butt. それで先生は何を言いましたか?
それで先生は何を言いましたか?
So... 。 Did you say anything? I don't know what sorate at the moment. Sorate about? Did you say anything? What did that teacher say? So, what did the teacher say? Interesting.
それで、
Sorede. Kind of sounds like so, actually. Hmm.
だからパーティーに行きませんでしたか？
Oh no, dakara as well. Oh no. I have so many things going on. Oh no, I'm not gonna sleep tonight. Dakara party. Party ni ikimasen deshita ka? Dakara. So. Dakara. Did not go to the party. Did not go to the party. Dakara. Is that why you did not go to the party? Is that why you did not go to the party? Okay. Dakara, yeah, dakara. I see where that's coming from. Da and kara is that it's because, or like, oh, because of this, like da, and then kara. Kara being explaining what is, so is why. So is that why you did not go to the party? Fair enough.
それは君のビールですか？それとも弟のビールですか？
Oh my gosh. I think I'm having a problem with this. There's too many things going on in this chapter, in this unit. Oh no. Soretomo. Okay, Soretomo. Interesting. So, sore. Okay, それは君のビールですか? Okay. Is that your beer? それとも妹のビールですか? Or それとも. Interesting. Probably or それとも. So is that your beer, or is that your younger brother's beer? Or is that your brother's beer? Is that your beer or my brother's? Okay. I mean, that's fine too. I mean, that's fine. Because it's not specific enough.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
もとも Wait. 茶色。
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
頭がいい。What? 新しい靴は and then you lost me.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
Oh, kuro ga ii. Wait. Kuro.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
The heck?
黒、
Kuro.
いい。
Ii.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。が、
Okay, the new was.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
それとも
それと茶色。
茶色。So, okay. So, the new shoes.
新しい靴は黒がいい、それとも茶色。
New shoes are black. Are good black or okay, are the new shoes good in black or brown? Do you want your new shoes to be black or brown? Oh. Where the heck does "do you want" come from? I guess that's implicit. I guess it's fine to say that are the new shoes. There's a it's an implicit phrase. There aren't any predicates. So sort of. Oh, I guess "gai" would imply something. Yeah, wow. Do you want new black or brown? I kind of read this as okay, do you want are the new shoes good in black or brown? So, do you want them in black or brown? Okay. I can kind of see that.
彼女のご主人は優しい人だと思います。
彼女のご主人. Oh no, you're just gonna put in go shujin all of a sudden because of oto and tsuma. 彼女のご主人は優しい人だと思います。So, I think that her husband is 彼女のご主人は優しい人だと思います。Save me. 必要。優しい。珍しい。発音。君。
それを見せてもらえませんか？
それを見せてもらえませんか？もらえませんか？ Right. Could you show me that? Okay. Could you show me that one? Oh my gosh. Now they're implying ones too. I guess you don't need like それの見せてもらえませんか? That's being a little too pedantic, I suppose. I don't think you need one, and I'm pretty sure they would accept if you drop the one. So what did the teacher say? Did this work? So, say, それで それで、先生は、何か、right? What? 何かが、何かを言い、what did it say? Okay, ita, oh no, is it past tense? I don't even know anymore. 言いました。ましたか? I guess did say, sure. Okay.
それで、
それで、
先生
先生は何
何を
を
言
言
い
い
ましたか？
I like children, that's why I want to become a teacher. Whoa. Okay. That's why. Okay. だから。Fair enough. だから。子供が好きです。だから、なりたいです。先生になりたいです。Or just なりたい works too. Oh no, okay. I guess either side works. Oh wait. Maybe we put it at the other end? So yeah, we put it at the end of the statement. So let's do, because of making it all polite. So formal. 子供が好き。だから先生になりたいです。Oh, they went with des here. Okay, that's fair. I'm seeing it as a full thing, but that's okay. Is that why you did not go to the party? So is that why? だから。Ooh, I like だから。だからパーティーに行けませんでしたか？行きませんでしたか？Okay. All right. We gotta write our construct. But before then, I really need to go to the bathroom, so I'll be right back. Okay. I couldn't hold that in until the transition to the Chinese session. Okay. All right. So okay. So we have another grammar point, right? It's kind of like last unit. So it's not too bad. We have okay, it's pretty bad actually. Okay. So one of the let's get these first as inspiration. Yeah, let's get these as inspiration. So mezurashi, right? Mezurashi. Then we have kimi. How do they define this? Just you again? Huh. That's not much to work with, huh? Kimi and wow, these are pretty random. Uh this is Hatsuon, right? Yeah, Hatsuon. Hatsuon and Hatsuon and Itsuyo. Oh wait. Oh, I think I got them mixed up. Did I get them mixed up? No. We're fine. So that's fine. How do we pigeonhole all these things? So other things we can work with is we have Sagasu. We have Sagasu. Sagasu Yaru as well. No, Yaru. Although it's the second occurrence, so Yaro. I forgot what the other one. And Tetsu Tetsuda Tetsudaru Daru. No. Tetsu Tetsute? What is it? Tetsudao? Yeah. Oh. Nadu. Whoops. Tetsudao. Tetsu da. Tetsu dao. And then the other major ones was morau. Morau and ageru. Ageru. Then we have a enormous list of, what do you even call this? Relational. We'll call these relational things. So there's no in with ta me. Yeah, tameno. Okay. So that is going to be linked with down here. So let's link it with ageru. Ameno. Also ten, de, and ageru. Verbs. So also have the te form. Sakasu, yaro, tetsu, tetsudao, tsudao, kureru. So kureru is kind of a branch of this. So I'm gonna do it here. Kureru. Kureru. Then we have sonna and anna. Oh, that's kind of tough to differentiate. Hold up. Yeah, like that. Sonna. Why? Okay, it's fine. That's why I couldn't really separate that. It's kind of related. So, where do I put sonna and anna? Stuff? Oh wait, we do have stuff, right? Stuff is somewhere. We had a stuff. No, just kidding. We have no stuff. Okay. So we're gonna throw sonna. Sonna and anna. Over here. Or kind of like stuff like that. Stuff like that. You know, that sort of stuff, that kind of stuff. Then we have the new form, which was interpreted like don't really need to, or you don't have to do something. And we used ki, not ki, iku. We used iku, kaku. Kaku. And yomu. And it looks like it follows kunaide, which this convert. So this converts to ka. Right. Ka and ma. And then we have naku, nakute, and then it was subsequently added to mo ii desu. So that's something. That's a big one. So we have a bunch of adjectives here, right? What was the adjective? Oh no, we didn't have that much adjectives. We have mezurashi and yasashi. What does yasashi look like? It's hard to tell, but it kind of looks like. Let's look. Oh my goodness, it squeezed that element in there? What? So thick. I mean, it's so tall. Okay. Holy. And then we had sugoi. Oi. Okay. So these guys are paired up. Kimi is just hanging out there. And these two are linked, I guess. Oh no, it's not linked. Necessary. Oh, Itsuyo. Nah, those are just floating out there. So these four are floating. I have to get a little creative. Yeah, we're gonna have to get creative at some point. Not today, not today. Running out of time. I wrote it too. Yes, help. Favor. Okay. What else we got? a random vocabulary that I didn't have, I guess. Although it's self-explanatory. I don't actually know what the stroke order. I think it's this, and you do this, right? And this was ka, ka added to isha, which is very interesting. Isha. And then we have kedo. So kedo. Kedo. I don't know what these do. Kind of like, sort of like ga. Ga ending. But however though, so 3 bots today. I've gone too long. Okay. So kedo I'm gonna have to review these. So we have kedo and sorede. Sorede. So okay. We have sorede and dakara. All of these are kind of like blending together. Except for sore tomo. Sore tomo. Okay. This one's kind of like I gotta do some. This is homework material right here. I don't know what the example was for kiddo. And then sorede is kind of that too, but and then sorede is like so therefore and then sorede dakara because of this. Soretomo is kind of or. I feel like these two These kind of relate to the elements of these two, man. We're gonna just group these up. It doesn't seem like much, but it's quite a lot. This is major. So this is major stuff right here. We don't have to remember a lot of kanji, but this is a very little kanji. And then we have two new predicates. No idea how to relate these guys. Alright. I'll just have to do. So it's pretty good. Oh man. That's so. This is a game changer right here. Okay. Alright. That's good enough for today for the Japanese portion. We talked about so many things today. It's already been 6.5 hours. Yeah, really appreciate the the opportunities. I think there were a lot of great questions ranging from having conversations, right? Conversations, sentences, sessions, sessions in a more of a teacher-student environment. The pros and cons were like the trade-offs and conflicts of interest involving having conversation in person, the deeper cuts between establishing a mutual interest on different levels of mutual interest. Then we talked a little bit about Japanese exposure and interaction while streaming. That was kind of nice. Lots of things to talk about, which I think I've largely have gotten a little bit better at answering those questions. I think those questions do come up fairly frequently, and it gives me the opportunity to expound upon stuff and maybe speaking in a way that tells me if my opinions and my experiences have changed over time. I don't imagine myself to have the similar opinions and similar outlooks as time goes on, because life experiences have that opportunity of changing, but I don't think they will change like incredibly dramatically. There will be nuances added to it. I really appreciate the conversation and the open ear, and I'll continue to attempt to be as effortful as I can to answer questions. Okay. With that in mind, if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. And hopefully, for those who are out there watching this video at a later time, I hope you had a wonderful holiday, or currently still having a wonderful holiday. You know, after the solar New Year's that's coming up at the time of recording this video, the Lunar New Year is kind of around the... Oh, I wonder if the Like a Dragon game is being released near the Lunar New Year. Anyways, right? Hopefully everyone's having a happy holiday, or spending time with friends, right? Connecting with people, breaking out your random Japanese and Chinese to incite and inspire others to learn another target language, and you can learn with them. That's absolutely priceless, right? Having a sentimental connection. The older one gets, in my opinion, that sentimental connection, that a higher level of cognition when it comes to motivation and consistency goes a long way. Obviously, those little goobers that are sponges and stuff, they will continue to be passionately, aggressively impatient and whatnot. But that allows one to accrue a lot of experimentation and experiences along the way. But for those like much older, like myself, it goes an incredibly long way to be able to leverage one's interest. So for that, I appreciate all the attempts to be interested, and I most definitely will attempt my best to reciprocate that as humanly possible, anyways. So until then, mata ne, ja ne to the Japanese language learners out there and enthusiasts. I'm gonna get up, walk around, try to find something to boost my energy levels. I'll be back for my Chinese lesson. Thank you, thank you.